Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast the Draft, presented by Nodwin Gaming. Today, we're once again back inside of the Pakistani division, where last time we saw these teams play, yes, it was quite a scrappy start at the start, but then later on, they started to gain the momentum and the pace once again inside of the game. I'm going to be a host and caster, Necro John, alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shanu. Scared? You know, today we're back inside of the Pakistani division. You've seen these teams play as well. Do you think we're going to see some sort of an improvement today, or the same thing's going to repeat once again?
I am definitely looking forward to it because there have been so many changes in the leaderboard as well. If I'm not wrong, WahWah were the ones who were having a flawless run for themselves, which was basically come to a halt. And that is something that's very concerning because, again, that's one of the invited teams and you would expect it to be almost flawless in all of those matches. But again, these underdog teams are also showing off their skills. And we're going to have a look at the leaderboard since I was just mentioning that. And BOYZ are the ones who have stolen that top spot.
Pretty much stolen, as you mentioned. They've stolen that top spot away from WahWah, but then WahWah is now currently at the second spot with 4-2 scoreline with a round diff of 22. They've still got more round diff compared to the players of BOYZ, but I'm pretty sure it's still not going to be that big of a hurdle for the players of WahWah in general. VRN on the 3rd, CM on the 4th, Team Mystic on the 5th, and you've got Paradox on the 6th. Now, if we do move on forward and look at the schedule to find out which team's going to be the one to duke it out off the bat, it's going to be WahWah versus Mystic to kick things off.
Definitely looking forward to this one because WahWah would be trying to retain their top spot while on the other side Team Mystics still looking for the entry in that top 3. They are waiting to find that first flawless win for themselves as well in the entirety of the BO2, which they were denied even yesterday when we saw them, the day before yesterday, when we saw them face up VRN. So that's a kind of loss they would try to brush off no matter what, and they'll be looking forward for the next matches too.
Speak of looking forward, I mean, you've also got Paradox versus BOYZ and then Team VRN against Come Mid. Now, we saw VRN play in the past, and they actually 2-0'd the likes of Paradox. Now, once again, Paradox have had their own ups and downs inside of the journey. I'm not going to lie. They're not doing too hot in the overall standings as well. But I hope maybe today Paradox can get something in their hands that can be a new ray of hope, a new shine of hope for them. But now, we have spoken about WahWah quite a lot as well. All these players, they're sort of like the invited team inside of the competition. You've got OK, Bullet, I'm Sujeet, and you've also got Freaky and Executor. Every single player in this team has been doing a great job, but last time when they faced against C-Mid, they got demolished.
Absolutely true, because that was an upset no one expected them to have, but C-Mid were playing flawlessly in that one. Nonetheless, we already know the entire performance of WahWah and the reason why they were one of the invited teams because of the potential that they have and the game sense that they possess every single time. Yes, they could not win out that one, but when they were facing VRN, they were doing some amazing plays, those set plays and realizing those close corners that need to be checked. That is something that I want to see today.
Exactly, but then, how can you forget their opponents are going to be Mystic? We've seen these guys play as well once in the past, and you've got Protagonist, Kamikaze, KZ, Flicka, Izio, especially Flicka as an opera. He's been astonishing me quite a lot. He's been impressive as well inside of the game. Kamikaze as well with the support. He's been quite phenomenal too. KZ sometimes on, sometimes off. Hopefully today he's going to find that middle ground. But Izio, how can you forget this man too? He has showcased some phenomenal game sense last time when I saw him.
I just feel that this team is entirely map dependent because if you put them on the map of Mirage, they kind of face some jitters, but on the other side, you let them play on Vertigo. This team basically goes on an insane run. I still remember the match wherein they faced up against Paradox. 13-6 was the scoreline where they were having such a flawless run. Now that's something that other teams always need to be worried about, and this is the exact map that I was talking about, Vertigo. Again, Team Mystic, if they get a hand onto this one, I am pretty sure they might be able to steal another map away from WahWah, but I want to look forward to how exciting that match is going to be.
I mean, WahWah is a tough competitor, and there's a reason why these guys are invited inside of the competition. Yeah, they did lose out against C-Mid, it was a whole big upset, but still, it's not going to be that big of a pain in the foot for WahWah. they're still going to be quite focused up inside of the game. It's not really going to be affecting their mindset whatsoever. They're still on the second spot in the overall standings. And in my opinion, as long as you're inside of the top 3, that's all that matters. You just need to be inside of the Super 6. While you've also got the players of Mystic in front of your screens, and every single player from Mystic, man, these guys are having a great time, especially KG as the IGL, even Flicka. As I mentioned, Flicka has been an impressive person in general. But today I want to see the players of WahWah as well do something out of the ordinary. Let's move on and look at the map, Vito. This is going to be the icebreaker, and we need to find out which maps are being picked up and played.
Oh my god. I mean, it was pretty obvious that Vertigo is going to be taken away by WahWah. They're doing their homework, and on the other side, Mystic not playing on Ancient. I hope so Mystic ban out Mirage as well, because they have been facing some troubles onto that map. But again, we'll have to wait and see. They actually take away Overpass. Inferno was also banned out by WahWah. Let's see, we're gonna see a nuke, I guess. Anubis banned out, so unfortunately for you, Necro, we're not seeing Anubis.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Mirage and Nuke. The classic approach once again inside of the game. Nuke as well is one of the OG maps out there, but still the graphics are something that I'm a huge fan of. But we need to also speak about why Ancient was banned out from here. Now, if you remember, when WahWah faced off against VRN, they completely one-sided dominated that map in Ancient. They just decimated the likes of VRN. So one thing is for sure, that WahWah's Ancient is super strong. And that's why it's understandable why their opponents, which was Mystic right now, they just instantly decided to go for the ban on Ancient. So we're seeing these counter bans, which are quite nice. And we're finally not seeing teams stick to their comfort zone.
That is indeed true, and again, very well mentioned, because if I remember, that scoreline was a 13-1, and WahWah, just as you mentioned, decimated VRN. On the other side, though, yes, Mystic, again, a team that I personally feel kind of struggles on the map of Mirage, so they themselves moving up and picking it up. I mean, we might be surprised because CMid was able to take away that map from WahWah, so it is possible that Mystic would also have something up their sleeve. So you may never know, but they have to cook quite a few strategies, and specifically talking about those set plays. You need to have those lineups intact in order to go in for any kind of major execute.
Once again, CMID's a whole nother story though. CMID is one of the experienced teams that's currently out there in Pakistan region. Yeah, it's understandable they did not really get the invite, but still, you've got players like HSB backing you up in that roster, so it's understandable they will pretty much dominate. CMID did take away the map of Ancient from WahWah, but still, it's CMID for you. You cannot really compare yourself to CMID, especially when you're just moving in forward from the open qualifiers. So you need to stick to your comfort zone. You need to go for the counter bans, and that's what the players of Mystic did, which I completely respect. Now, I want to see, are they prepared well enough on the map of Mirage to face off against WahWah, a team that was dominating the competition in the initial phase?
That is indeed true, and for the success of Team Mystic, they need to make sure that KHG is, yes, giving out some amazing calls and also going in for those important frags, because we have seen, yes, last time there were a few disconnects coming in, but the impact of KHG in that entire game, he was playing really well. His calls, yes, there were a few jitters on his T side, but on towards the CT, he was also doing a pretty solid job. On the other side, Kamikaze, again, a person that I really want to see back in action. Having a few jitters is absolutely fine. You can brush them off, but you do not want a bad game to kind of pave the way of all the other matches. You want to make sure to quickly get the performance back in action, because he needs to show up his A game if in case they want to stand a chance to get this game against WahWah.
I mean, Kamikaze, as I mentioned, he's the supporter, but he still sometimes steps things up like he's the assaulter inside of the team. We've seen him play so phenomenally well. This man is mechanically blessed as well. So once again, I just want to see how the entire approach is going to be like. WahWah is one of those teams that has got no mental pressure. On the opposite side, you've got Mystic, which is going to be feeling the jitters. Without a doubt, the benefit of the doubt will go with WahWah. But you never know what's going to be happening inside of the game. Maybe WahWah can fumble down. Maybe Mystic, they've got something cooking up that we've got no clue about. Anything can happen. So many big question marks. But this time, I want to see some better executes as well. Yesterday, from the side of Indian teams, definitely we saw some of those executes on the map of Mirage. We're seeing those stair smoke. We're seeing that jungle smoke. So they were able to cross on over to the site. But then once again, sometimes they were also burning through utilities quite early inside of the game. So in the later phase, they had nothing to cover themselves with.
Map control is going to be super important so that you do not burn up excess of those utilities whenever you're going for the execute. Yes, there needs to be some trade in terms of the flashes, in terms of the frags and molotovs that you're going for, because it's Mirage. Like, we always know that there's going to be a smoke or at least a frag down in the sniper's nest to make sure CTs don't have the control in mid. But you also have two other angles to watch out for. One's going to be the connector, and the second one is definitely going to be that gap. So if you're using your utilities in mid, that means you have got a game plan to try and threaten a push in the sniper's nest, or at least in the ladder room, maybe towards the arches, if you've smoked off connector, that is. But if you've smoked off cat, that means you're trying to establish some presence towards the connector to go on for the execute towards that side. Now, these are the map trades that you need to go forward with, which we were not seeing. And I'll be brutally honest, we did not see a lot from Indian teams as well, not just Pakistani teams. So I really want to see an improvement coming in these fronts at least.
A lot of speculations are being made, but now it's time to step inside Mirage and find out for ourselves. As WahWah, they start things off on CT and Mystic kick off on T.
The pistol round that always paves the momentum. We've got Glocks in the hand for the side of Team Mystic, and it's the classic approach. Go on for the B hit as quickly as possible. That's what we normally see. Looking at Flicker, he was also the man who was trying to perform really well last time that we saw. Now both of these teams are on a loss streak of 2 maps. They would really want to brush off that. One thing is for sure, one of them is going to be saying bye-bye to that lose streak. On the other side though, some good presence being shown by the side of WahWah in towards that mid, controlling the archers as well. Everyone on the side of Mystic is directly towards the B apartments. No one from WahWah is pushing any part of the map. They want to wait for the contact, and then they want to try and figure out which hit is it going to be. But the rotation has been called off. A is the site where they're going with. Flicker goes in for his lineup. Utility should land, but at the meantime, that flash was just a second too late. Executioner holding his side to go to Retas. Oh my goodness, he gets 2 on the back of the flash by Smudgy, and the support is there from the market. But the shots just do not connect. Kamikaze able to take another one down. It's a 4v3 situation. The retake, a fast from that too, is in place as a 1-for-1 trade. Go in yet again. KHG steps up. In Smudgy, he can try and find one more, but he will be disallowed. It's all down to Freaky. HP low for both the players, 36 and 47. White peak comes in perfectly. KHG wins the round, and he will get the plant down as well. My goodness, that was pretty rough, I would say, seeing how the rotation was towards the A side, but round went in for mistake.
I mean, great way to kick off, right? Just a complete brawl on the side as well.
True.
And Mystics, they're going to have some big smirks on their faces, that's for sure. Winning the round off the bat against a team like WahWah, who's been dominating the competition in the initial phase. That's definitely going to be a big pressure subsider. And now Executor towards mid, just waiting for someone to walk in his crosshairs. But of course, Khalil's going to hurt as well. Like the approach this time. Even the Deagle gets his position away. A couple of shots taken, mid control established. They've got a lot of visual confirmation now. And all that intel, it's definitely going to be there. They also spotted one more player towards connector. So they know now there's 2 players towards the A site, at least. And Protagonist still just keeps on going for those bursts. The man's quite softened up in the front lines, considering it's just an eco round. Yeah, we're not really going to be expecting a lot from WahWah.
They're just trying to play for the information now. Sniper's nest was smoked off, but Executor found a gap in that smoke and was able to grab a little bit of that information. Yes, dinged up a little bit, down to 65 HP, but he's going to be fine. He's got the Deagle, so he would love to have those long-range combats. But Palace being worked up slowly. Some attention was shown mid, so everyone's just moving towards the Palace. And Palace, Ali, Kamikaze, he needs to win this fight. I don't think so. He's got an idea. There's a player up close.
Oh. Protagonist. With the back of his teammates, they keep on moving up. It's going to be an easy mow down on the side. No one's going to be able to stop them through the smoke as well. Protagonist just goes for a spam, finds that lucky kill. And now all the way just extending towards the CT spawn makes a lot of sense too. You've got the better weaponry, so the confidence is of course going to speak for itself. And yeah, just like that, they've also got the site control, and it will be successfully done as well. The man's trying to fade away, but he's not going to be allowed to.
I love how all the connector and stairs were smoked off perfectly, and they left out the backside open entirely. Because again, you've got the Khalils, the enemy will be on pistols, so you've got that range advantage, and they were so very ready to go in for that fight, picking off players behind the boxes too, and then at the end of the day, grabbing that control. Now, whenever a team executes on the site, you always want to try and grab as much space as possible so that the CTs would need to use or burn up a lot of those utilities to try and take that space away and yet not get the control of the site. It was done very well by the side of Mystic, but they also need to repeat it now because this is going to be the first gun round of the game. Galil's up against the M4s.
And we already saw a quick double nade as well. Just making sure that no one's going to be there, and if it is, then he will be taking a lot of damage.
Good
Molotov out, making sure the clotheslines are going to be cleared off. And that's what they've done. They have cleared it off for now. Bullet as well, slowly and steadily exploring the A main. And now they found out that the A main's clear as well. The Flicka is sitting in an advantageous position. Spots out the toes. Maybe will be taken down. I thought maybe he will not be taken down, but he does. Unfortunate stuff for Flicka, even though he had the advantage in that scenario. His position got compromised quite easily. Bullet, he still returns back with one more towards main. And already he's done his job. He's found a 2K for his team. Now his teammates just need to keep on flowing inside of the site. And that's what they do. Mystics, they're still able to shut down the CTs in their tracks, but the trades are starting to happen back and forth, and it's really hurting the players of WahWah at this point.
The position of Innsmouth G. He was unanticipated. Oh my goodness. How did Executor get to from the smoke? The understanding of this man about the position of his opponents, absolutely phenomenal. Now, in the starting, Flicka did not anticipate a two-man push coming down the stairs, and that's why he fired a few warning shots. But again, there was another player right up in front of him, which he had absolutely no idea of. If I'm not wrong, it was Bullet, and he was able to take him down. And the re-clear also that came in from the side of Mystic. I love how they sent a couple of players to try and re-clear that space. Yes, it was a 1-for-1 trade, but at least the odds were not even out even further. But the frag comes in, chipping down, but okay, has taken so far ahead, flash up in the face, and Bullet actually gets the mode on the first one. Trade comes in quickly from KHC, who doubles it up.
This is not looking too good. And now it's a 2v3. It was a complete mid-brawl. Where things did happen back and forth, but still the man advantage in the hands of Mystics. It's a good news. Well, Innsmouth G and Freaky, the two players alive. Now the game plan has to be a little bit shuffled up. And both of them are staying together, which I completely respect. And it's going to fade away the smoke. Mid's going to be cleared out as well. Now they know there's no one available towards mid. And they're also going for the A side re-clear. But slowly and steadily looking for to rotate towards the B side. They've got no clue that the players are on the A main. This is looking a little bit weird. A's going to be cleared out as well. All the three players just slowly and steadily flooding on the site. While the CTs are still towards B, clearing it out. And now the site control's taken away. C4 gets planted. There's a chance one man can be caught towards CT, all the way towards market. And yeah, Flicka is just holding that angle. Is not going to let anyone pass through. Spots him out. That little glimmer's more than enough. A double peek from the CT as well should be able to seal the deal. But Flicka has got two players in the front. He's got his back, but unfortunately Kamikaze will need to back away and play with his teammates. And now once again the reunite comes through.
He's got the Galil in the hand. He has to clear so many angles. Towards the ticket booth, he's moving forward, but does not anticipate the peak from Ezio. An easy move down indeed, and he was the man who had the maximum HP out there. Again, a mid-rush early on, just as you mentioned. We saw the aggression from Mystic towards B, and then we saw a slow rotate in the second round towards the A. So mid-aggression was possibly the name of the game for WW. They wanted to find some extra picks out there, but I would still say that was an amazing flash from Kamikaze. He picked up a little too early. Again, now this is something that I've noticed about Mystic. Even though they throw up some high flashes, it just seems that they are peaking a second too early before they pop, which gives the opportunity to WahWah try and find a timing or at least a 50-50 chance to win the duel. They're on the entirely save now. 3 deagles in their hand could definitely do some damage, stacking up at mid.
Oh. And especially for Mystics now, they've explored every single part of the map. They went to B, they went to A, also showcased some mid control. At this point, just trying to figure out something. Freaky's already pushed up close and personal. Top mid, in control. And he's soon enough going to have so much intel that Mystic's game plan will be revealed. They just need to move out of this spot. As long as Freak is not able to spot him out on the spawn itself, it's all good in the hood. But there's a chance the man who's going for the lineup will be caught. And that's what happens. Flicka, he catches a bullet to his dome. There's a man up close and personal towards Palace, and even he peeks out and shuts down Protagonist. Slowly and steadily, all the pieces of the puzzle, they're falling into places for the side of WahWah, and they will out of nowhere just strike down the entirety of Mystics. And that was an equal round too, by the way.
Mistake just not anticipating the pace with which WahWah were able to rotate on towards the side. I think that maybe they were trying to sell a fake towards the B, or they might have had a read that maybe B is the start side, so they wanted to give a call to end up at A. But that's not exactly what happened. They've been smoking out Sniper's Nest, but there's always a gap in there. Now, no doubt. Oh my god. Oh, the shot did not connect.
Oh, the nade as well just dishes out so much damage. And now the players on top mid, they just can't do anything. Op shots are being missed as well, but it's okay. It's their buy round. They've still got the man advantage. Everything's looking pretty good for them. And Executor just pushes up in their territory, and he still gets away with murder. There's a man inside of that little alley. And yeah, Cubby gets cleared up. Kamikaze falls down as well. Unfortunate stuff. Flicka, last man alive. I highly doubt he can do anything at this point. Yeah, he's just being pushed up from all the different angles. Executor, he had a lot of confidence in that previous round. He got eco. Executor, the eco fragger.
But I'll be honest, OK's couple of op shots were definitely not okay. So they've got to work upon it. And it's another save for Mystic. Their economy not helping them out whatsoever. All of them making sure to take some Kevlars. Will be looking to dish out a decent amount of damage on the other side. Yes, I was about to mention, and I was mentioning previously, there's smoke in the nest, which always has a gap. Now, I personally think it might be intentional. Oh my god, another op shot not connecting.
All the players towards B. They just want to go for a quick B push with the Tech 9s. But one single Molotov or one single nade can dish out so much damage. The man catches bullet to his leg, and this M1's just gonna completely mow down the players. Executor once again just strikes through. And with these eco frags, he's able to gain so much confidence for the later phase of the game. And the man's now stuck in the Molotov. He gets knifed as well. A little bit of pinch of salt on top of the wound.
That is just nasty out there, and with all the Tech 9s, Mystic wanted to rush in towards the site, but again, it had absolutely no utility, so it was supposed to be a mow down. Had it not been the case, I would have been surprised. And that Molotov as well behind the van, pretty solid, making sure that they're not going in for any dry peek. They wanted to save all the weaponries that they possibly could. And on the other side again now, WahWah trying to explore the palace. They've shown quite a lot of presence towards the A, wherein they take either palace control or stairs control. But they speak up and mid. Okay, finally finds the first one with the AWP.
Oh, they play together nicely. Okay. Being able to find that opening was so crucial. And Freaky as well towards mid was able to return back with one more. Out of nowhere, Mystic's entire take for this mid side has just vanished away. There's still a man towards underpass, and Freaky's got no clue. As he was just waiting for the right moment to strike, he's just waiting for that single glimmer, but Executor catches him. Oh, he completely forgets about Executor. And that push as well was quite nice from him. And now KZ towards top mid. I highly doubt he's going to be able to do a lot. He catches one man overextending. Executor shut down, but it's still a 1v4. Too much to ask for.
I'll just try to save the AK-47 that he has in hand. No utilities. Head almost visible. Does not want to send any more utils. Because again, it's going to be just some extra investment of those dollars. Ready for that peek. Was in for a high flash play. Should be able to catch the player behind the box. Nope, it was not. Bullet had a perfect opportunity to finish him off. Now, WahWah are going in for a very proactive push towards Palace time and time again. As soon as they see some contact towards the mid, they do realize that Palace is open. They send up one player. Mystic can try and counter that. They should have the idea of how much WahWah are pushing towards the Palace. They can try and send a couple of players for the reclear, or they can just basically post up a couple of players to make sure that if WahWah send in their play for push, they're able to catch him. In worst case scenario, they go for a 1-for-1 trade. And that does seem to be the idea, as we're seeing some quick rotations coming in, and Palace seems to be the area where we're going to see the fight.
Yeah. Aggression towards Palace once again. And even towards mid, Freaky's got a lot of confidence to face these Deagles. All it takes is one bullet from Deagle though. And once again, Freaky, considering he knows he's got the automatic weapon, he's just not going to back away from that fight. Still pulls out his own Deagle, and he finds a nice haircut. Protagonist put to sleep. And now, Mystics, they've only got this one last man alive, KSG. It just feels like Mystic, once again, they're just stuck in this loop where they lose a round, they're back on eco. And then after that, they instantly get the money in their hand. But if they lose that round as well, they're back on that eco. It's the economical trap that you would want to escape from. And to do so, you would need at least 2 rounds back to back.
I want to see a smoke up towards the connector from their side, and also in the sniper's nest, then try to re-clear cat, where you've seen a couple of times WahWah send out a player, or at least go in for your mid trap play and then clear A, so that the players on A are actually caught off guard. Or the smoke of connector and wait for OK to go in for some ego peek, because he's been disrespecting those utilities quite a lot of times. They're going for that molly play at least. There's still a gap in the smoke though. On towards the sniper's nest. Again, a couple of mollies are being exchanged towards the apartments, and OK is just going to take all of that space. You do not want to peek into this guy. I love how WahWah are changing the position of their AWP. They've shown the presence towards A, they've shown it towards mid, and now are posting it up towards B. But the read from Mystic seems to be right, as they've held all the space from A side.
Oh. And look at all the players now, slowly and steadily stacking up towards A. As you mentioned, the AWP is on the opposite site. It needs to rotate back to A soon enough. If that doesn't happen, A side will be taken away. Mystics, proper execute should be on the line. A ticket boot smoke as well is on the way. It's going to smoke off CT. A Palace smoke as well to counter things off from the CTs as well. A good Molotov. Nice timing out of that. It's going to delay the push for a while. Mystics have wasted already a lot of time inside of this one. Another Molotov. Unfortunately, it's going to be misplaced a little bit. And now it's going to be smooth sailing towards the site. But still, they're just getting mowed down by WahWah. What a good hold towards A. Beautifully done.
They were not able to bait out a lot of utils from WahWah. Only a few mollies left and right. That's all. They had all the bunch of it to try and stop the push from even coming. A perfectly well-placed round from their side. Investing 3 players there, and the high flash from Executor was the one that got everyone on Mystic off guard. Still have the creds going in for the AK buys, but very bare minimum utilities. A few flashes, molly, frag, smoke. Now, one thing I've noticed for Mystic is that they're not going for lineup play, but this fight with stairs, Bullet is gonna win it yet again, and Flicker is the man that fell.
They're always going aggressive towards A, sometimes towards Palace, sometimes towards main. And the problem is they're able to find so much intel, or they're able to get away with a lot of kills. And that's something the players of Mystics would need to find a cure to. Now the man's pushed up close and personal towards the apps. He finds the kill on the protagonist. Already so many intentions revealed from Mystics. All the game plans now going to start to fall apart. And the players once again looking for to rotate towards A. Flashes out as well. Good flash peek from them. SEO, a little bit of team play trying to showcase. But unfortunately, it doesn't really work out that well. The train's going to be there. But look at this. They've got no smokes to block off the sniper. Neither's a ticket booth, so the players are going to have free line of sights. And everyone's going to be able to activate themselves. The utilities are a big concern, and they just burn through it off the bat.
It's the last round of the half. They can barely get together a scrappy buy. And again, the utilities are going to be a lot of concern. Because, I'll be brutally honest, Counter-Strike is all about how well you can use all of the utilities that you have. How many lineups do you know? From how and which position can you sell all those fakes? Mystic are not being able to do that at all. All the utility that's coming from them, it's directly straight. And again, they're going to push through directly from that volley, and everyone's going to be chipped down, and it's a more down towards side. But wait a second, 2-for-2 trade.
This is not good. Executor once again just activates himself. Yeah, easy cleanup. Executor with the mops just ready on the site. An easy 3K to shut things down. Mystics, no matter what they try to do, it just never worked out. And now WahWah on the T. They will probably just dominate the players of Mystics. They will have a lot more confidence compared to the players of Mystics on how they were approaching the site. Mystics, the problem was, the more patience they showcased, the more intel was given away to WahWah. They should have tried to hit a quick B site or either an A site, but execute should have been quick enough.
Should have been quick enough indeed. But again, at the same time now, yes, you would want to go in for a pacey hit towards the side, but you need at least those flashes to land, those smokes to land. But that's not what we were able to see. Mystic now on the CT side should have an idea, stacking towards B, where normally the head go and pistol round, and that's what's happening. Free key, oh my god, the W key coming in from this guy.
A lot of shots missed even from the man towards the short. And now the site control's already taken away. Executor as well moves in. Oh, this man's feeling himself at this point. Executor unstoppable towards the B site. And now gets his hands on the USP as well, but Bullet's going to be the one to seal the deal. Just like that, they get the B site control. I like a little bit of that disciplined approach as well on that pistol round. They move in towards the apartments and then instantly start walking, making sure that they're not going to give any type of foot cues away. But then when they got jump spotted, they instantly started to W key towards the site. What that did was deny the rotation for at least a couple of more seconds and help the players of WahWah get as close as possible without getting spotted.
True, and also they were able to send one player off towards Scat, making sure that Arches was also where they could go in from for the execute. Basically a split, working out perfectly for them. And again, that's what they're doing. Executor so much scaled up in such a situation. That is nasty. The entire B side control being established in the first few seconds of the round.
Yeah, Justica frags all across the board. I mean, once again, this gives us time to speak about what exactly happened in the previous round, right? Pistol rounds, as we know, they're one of the most crucial ones to begin with, especially in the second half. And considering WahWah, they've got a big lead itself, this pistol round was really important for Mystic's lifeline inside of the game in general. But Mystic, as soon as they lost that pistol round, now we know WahWah, there's a chance they're probably going to run away with the lead and also the entire game. We do see buys on both the sides where Mystic, they're going to go for the M4s and M1. Even AKs all across the board. Just Freaky, he's got his hands on the MAC-10. So let's see how it's going to look like for WahWah.
Executor loves to play around mid, specifically near Cat. For now, they are sending Insnu J taken down just as quickly. And that too, Kamikaze was blinded. They're trying to scale up towards Connector because, yes, they've got players already in Palace and Palace Alley.
Oh, Executor this time just gets one, that's it. But at least he's done his job. WahWah once again being able to win those duels. And they're still just able to explode on the site without a lot of utilities too. And this really starts to concern me. We did not see any jungle smoke, we did not see any ticket boot smoke, but they still walk inside of the site like that, like a free man. Not scared of anyone. Now even there's a push towards connector, a lot of confidence, but it might just overflow. And that's what's happening. Protagonist has already punished the player squad a lot. Freaky could have picked up the AK as well, but he does not really do so. Pushes through the molly, and Protagonist will be caught. Protagonist should not have went for the stick like that. He should have still went for a little bit of that disconnect, then go for the fight, and then maybe stick once again.
The Molotov was just a little too wide. A couple of steps back, and that molly would have been enough to take care of Freaky himself entirely. But it was just Freaky's movement, how quickly he was able to jump off of that sniper's nest window and jump down to dodge the maximum damage of the molly and move forward, catching him off guard and finishing him off. And yes, again, he should have gone in for a potential tap. The flash out in the mid. Such a heavy mid presence being shown by WahWah, and look at the amount of pressure in connector itself. As Freaky is able to double it up.
At this point, they're just suspecting Mystics. And now Mystics, considering there's still a one player on the site, they can't really do much. Wait, as soon as I say that, Mystics are the one to come out on top. The entire push was stopped. Interesting. WahWah, they started off in quite a fiery note, but then later on, they got cooled down quite quickly as well. So Mystics, good stop.
All on the back of the player who was playing way too long in arches and slowly creep forward, taking control of the cat, and was able to just go in for a pincer maneuver. And the players who were in connector were caught by the people on site, and also the one playing all the way back towards the cat. So now the approach is going to be changed from WahWah, creeping up towards the apartments and B side.
With mollies and flashes and executor. Once again, a quick stroll on the site. With these MAC-10s are really starting to hurt now. Especially the run and gun, it's being abused to the fullest potential by these players. And Smooth Chi as well is able to get up. At least he got taken down, but still the trade's going to be on the board. Executor, he's feeling himself, but a good nade from Flicka to stop the man in the tracks. And now it's all down to Flicka with not a lot of HP to back him up. Moving in towards Market. And soon enough, he will be dealt with as well. It's not going to be that big of an issue at all.
19 HP. It's got to take care of that. Crossfire was able to take one down, but not the second. Perfect timing by WahWah coming on that trade. Now, where was this WahWah when we wanted to see them a day before yesterday? It seemed they were so disconnected, but today, all the executes were just so perfect. The util came on time. They were peeking on the back of the utils thrown by their players, be it flashes or be it smokes. And I love the way how they smoked off connector and immediately sent out a frag grenade on the back of it while their man was scaling up on it. And as soon as the frag blew up, smoke was dissipated. They found the player who was in the connector, was able to finish them off too. Yes, that was not the round which was being won by WahWah. It was still at the end of the day a round that went in for Mystic. But my God, the execute and the calls coming in from these people, absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. Execution is something that really matters. But then we also saw WahWah, they were just walking in the site without even throwing the smoke towards jungle, without even smoking off the entire staircase, not even smoking off the ticket booth. But they were still just able to walk in the site, gain so much control towards A, and still come out on top. Complete raw execution towards the A site. And I'm just not able to wrap my head around what exactly is going wrong with the side of Mystics and the CT side. Even towards T later on, they were just not able to do anything. WahWah just completely one-sided dominated the game, which was impressive, of course, but this is something we all expected as well.
It all comes down to the basic mechanics of the game, because early on when we saw the pistol round and the one that followed up after it, I noticed that they were not smoking off anywhere near ticket booth. They smoked off the entire staircase, the connector, as well as the jungle. Now, I thought that maybe they're going in for some pre-game strategy, but at the end of the day, as the rounds went on forward, they still did not smoke off any part of ticket booth, and that's where they were continuously falling one after the other, because it's just a very long fight. And everyone on the CT side was just able to mow them down. And Executor, this man, standing up for his team, absolutely phenomenal. 23 and 9 with 118 ADR.
Exactly. And then you've got Freaky with 20. And then, of course, with 115 ADR, but I'm still looking for my boy Executor. I mean, he performed at the top of his performance. He was feeling himself, and this is what you call a star performance as well. With 2.56 KD, and then with the ADR of 118, he, of course, just toppled off the scoreline in quite a great manner. But then you can see the average kills per map as well. Of course, 23, because that's the first map they played. Maybe in the second map, a new thing can be different, but Executor, the form that he's on currently, that's helping his teammates out so much and move on forward inside the competition as well. Now, considering it was a complete one-sided affair, Mystics, Mental, it's not going to be looking that good when they especially move on forward towards Decider, which is going to be the nuke. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yes, now it's time to move on forward towards Nuke, which will be the decider map of this series. WahWah, after dominating completely on the map of Mirage, where we thought that maybe things could be down to equal grounds, now the chances and the probabilities of WahWah dominating on the map of Nukes increases even more.
Personally, think that WahWah might not be able to dominate in such a fashion on the map of Nuke. Yes, I would agree with you. According to the momentum, it definitely looks probable. But on the other side, this is a map Team Mystic have always kind of struggled on. They face a lot of problems. The record has been telling us exactly the same thing. Nuke, on the other side, is the kind of map I think so fits their playstyle. Wherein, yes, you can try and go in for a few rush plays, but you always have to use up the utilities at those basic angles, which might be able to assist them even further whenever they'll be trying to go for those executes and help them gather more rounds on the T side.
I mean, still, look, at this point, we're still firing shot in the dark. Let's be honest. So we know we'll never exactly know what's going to be happening inside of the game. But off the bat, we've got this pistol round beginning where WahWah will be starting things off on CT and Mystics on T. That is quite a fiery start as well from the side of Mystics. Looking forward to just explore the side off the bat, but Protagonist gets cut off. His head gets ripped off with the USP. And with that good of an opening, already the players of WahWah, they're going to be feeling themselves. Only 4 players left. They're now trying to move on forward towards ramp. But even towards ramp, there's USP looking forward to find those connections on the head. Bullet backs away, realizes the fact that he's now completely screwed. But unfortunately, he's not able to do so. He gets caught in the mid-track. Even towards door, there's a man available. He catches a lot of hurt upon himself and needs to back away. And that's what he does. But before he does so, he does find the headshot connection towards one of the players in the front. It's a 4-on-2 scenario. The players of Mystics, they're completely crumbling down under that pressure. And the pressure is definitely something that's mounting on top of them over and over again, slowly and steadily. It's been so long inside of the site and still C4's not gone down. There's 4 players from the side of CTs that are just making sure the C4's not going to go down just yet.
Just love the slow pace coming in. Izyo, he was not supposed to win that duel, but eventually he did, and now it looks much more doable until okay. Was just able to shut him down. Executor again being in that window. Should be able to find a shot or two that might connect. 14 HP on KHG. His teammate is there to support him. I mean, here's the thing. I'll be honest about this one. Yes, it's a pistol round. But on the other side, you really need to have the information before you actually jump into the entire site itself. Because there are so many angles that you need to watch out for. It becomes super difficult. Early on in that round, we just saw Protagonist being taken down like a side character. Okay, with that nasty shot to the skull. Was able to finish him off. And now that has shown the presence that WahWah have. At least on towards the A side.
Once again, the main problem in my opinion was they did not go that proactive in that round. They should have pushed up a little bit more in my opinion. Should have gone a little bit too closer to the site. Maybe take control of controlled room as well if possible, as quick as possible. Not wasting any time in the moment. Instead, they try to go for that slow and steady pace towards the site, and they just got completely screwed up. Now when the shotgun in the hand is freaky, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Oh my god.
And it indeed is hurting. Easy mode down, no issues. Eco round once again in the hands of WahWah.
The fact that he was also able to check up over towards that ladder and was able to finish off the player standing up. That's not something we normally see with the shotguns in hand, but freaky. Being a little bit extra freaky out there. And just Mystic were trying to explore some areas on this floor, but just not allowed to do that at all. Taken down from all different directions. But this is going to be the round where I think they should be able to do a few of these things. That they want to try. Oh my goodness, no way, freaky!
Good. Only 3 players left alive in the front lines, but the AKs, once again, even they're starting to fall down on the floor. The scout in his hands, of course, going to start to hurt as well, slowly and steadily. Bullet gets his hands on one of the big guns. And now it's a 3v2. CT's once again in a big advantage. MP9's not something you would want to face up in that close range. AK in the hands. Maybe the trade can be there, but no kamikaze. He still just keeps him spraying down. And OK with the scouts able to find a beautiful headshot. That's going to be the opener the man really needed. The man's right in the front. Unfortunately, OK does not check it. But a kamikaze with a 3K to save the day for his team. But they've already lost out on so many guns.
Got the round, but at what cost? That's the main thing. WahWah had the bonus round for themselves and were able to just take away all 4 of the weaponries. That's all they would need to do. It was actually a doable round. But they're gonna have super fun. But their economy, yet again, not looking that awesome. Both the teams being dropped down to almost just a few $100 in their bank account. So this round is going to be one of the most crucial one, and the ramp control needs to be established by Mistake, who actually going for a fine peak, but there's no util on the back of it. Executor finds a perfect timing, but still it's a 1-for-1 trade down to a 3v3.
3v3, a protagonist and Ezio. They're super low. Towards control room, you've got Freaky as well. So going for the plant's going to be filled with a lot of risk. But Freaky's also being held by the man towards ramp. So he just cannot peek out yet. But CTs in general, because the man advantage, we know they're just going to be better inside of this retake. It's not going to be that tough to establish, and they easily do so.
I'm still quite surprised why they went in for a dry, wide peak over towards ramp. They had a ton of utilities. Mystica investing into those flashbangs, into those mollies and smokes. Why are they not using it? That's basically my main question. They were lucky that it was just a 1-for-1 trade. Had that spray down been a little better, had execute spray transfer had been just a little bit better, it could have been at least a 2K or maybe even a 3K if he was feeling it. Now these are the kinds of mistake that you do not want to see, but mistake time after time. They're making them again, and WahWah are just capitalizing on the back of it. It's a complete rundown. Yes, it does seem that there could be a little bit of an aim difference, but I'm just not believing that. It's just the fact that they're not using those utils.
I mean, in this round, they cannot do so anyways. They've only got pistols on the board. Economy in shambles. 4 deagles on the board. Or all 5 deagles on the board. Let's see. Everyone's going to be hungry for heads now. While on the opposite side, WahWah, they've got all the util in the world. And this time, they're also being quite proactive. They do realize the opponent's low on money, so they're not going to have that good of a weapon. And unfortunately, Kamikaze takes down his own teammate's head. I assume that they're going to be hungry for head, but not that hungry that they would just take down their own teammates. Oh man, rough luck.
Look, it's just an understatement about this point. Yes, that. Again, mistakes being made, and they're kind of crumbling under the pressure at this point. I was not expecting
You know the best part?
to.
They did not even use a lot of utils. We just saw 1 or 2 nades and a couple of flashes, that's it. They still got everything intact.
It's just so unfortunate to see. Finally, we're actually seeing a lot of dump coming in outside, but my god, Ensmuji is playing so proactive in the yard. He is so pushed up front, just behind that blue container. He's gonna get one.
Oh my god.
Yep.
That's a big one! It's Moochie with a 2K. The man sneaky like a ninja, but then Flicka still catches him backing away, which is completely okay. He's already done his job. The push is dismantled, and now the player's looking forward to explore towards ramp. Bullet. He's going to be able to catch the man in the front lines, but unfortunately he moves away in the nick of time. His position's compromised as well, but the man towards ramp, even his position's gone. Executor with some valuable intel towards his teammates, but they've got one man sneaking in all the way towards Secret. And this push from Flicka can be important.
There was a gap in the defense, and they're trying
Big
to
one.
use that in their favor. Oh my god, okay. Getting freaky back in his head is definitely not okay. WahWah literally said, you can do one, we can do one better. You did with the pistol, we are gonna do with the rifle.
This is literally overconfident speaking. That's what
True.
happens when you've got so much overconfidence that you just want to push up against the enemies and take them down. And while doing so, you turn off your brain and you start making a lot of mistakes. Oh, Executor. The first one tapped away. The second one found as well. At least it's taken down a 1v1. Protagonist will have a free plant, but the man's moving in towards heaven slowly and steadily. He's got the ladder room control. And now Protagonist, as long as he's going to keep his position anonymous, it's all going to be good in the hood. He's towards heaven. Why is he not checking that spot?
Again, being open from multiple directions. I personally feel a reposition inside the hut would have been a lot better, because he would have had to be worried about the person in front of him and not being open from multiple different angles, because the position he was standing at, he could have been fired on from squeaky, from vents, from heaven. And if anyone was playing in hut, he could have gone in forward and fired it from that position. Just again, mistakes after mistakes, but the play is coming in from WahWah. This is a team that will not let you get away with those plays. They will always try to fight you back, and that too very hard. On the outside, we are seeing Molotovs being used, and so are some being used towards the A side. Not sure if it was meant to land it like that, but Freaky again gets a pick onto Protagonist. That's a rifle off.
You cannot let these type of solo picks happen. And once again, players just individually trying to explore a lot of the map area. It's working against him. Smokes out towards outside. Maybe they want to creep and crawl their way towards secret, but OK's already ready with his crosses trained. And those down KFG. Even now the players looking forward to get the ramp control in their hands, but Bullet single-handedly shuts down both of them. Mystics.
Ow.
It's a systematic dismantle against them. As WahWah, once again, quite a clean approach. As we mentioned, they were looking quite overconfident in the previous round, but now in this one, they took a systematic and a disciplined approach.
Mystica, they've got no idea at this point. How was Bullet even able to get two in that place? It just seems pretty unreal, I'll be honest. And looking at how 6 and 1 is the situation, and this is supposed to be a D-centric map, even if not heavily centric, at least they should have some kind of advantage. Oh my god, they're gonna jump right from that molly. 1-to-1 trade though, because the smoke was on time. Execute this position, not check.
Beautiful!
And he doubles it up. Genius.
KG, I just can't believe he's still pushed up that close. And that's why the man in the front, he got caught with his hands busy. And now KG, he's got nowhere to go. His position's also compromised, considering the last time he was seen was towards ladder room, and he's still over there. And now they probably also hear the gun being shuffled. So yeah, KG, unfortunate stuff. 8 bullets in the magazine. He needs to make it out, make them all of them count. They need a fresh magazine, as he does so as well. And now the last 2 players just trying to back away towards site. They think that he's probably going to come over here. But that's not going to be the case. He's probably just going to go for the save. He's got no other option.
Oh no, he's actually going for it.
Oh my god. I mean, the C4's dropped over there. If he wants to win this round, he's got no other option than to go for the C4 control. Good nade in the smoke. He's going to make sure the smoke's going to fade away. And there's also a bit of a crossfire going on between them.
Extra bullet to the bodies. That's how you make sure the zombies are not getting out. But on the other side, again, I still feel that there needed to be another smoke over towards that corner where Executor was playing. There was no, and he ego peeked into 3 or 4 people and was able to mow down every single one of them. The first one, yes, he was dropping down. But the second and third, that was not how things were supposed to go. But his spray transfer was absolutely immaculate. And now SG trying to repeat the play that he made in one of the previous rounds. A good fake from KHG. Realizing the push up front, but SG trying to equalize the odds.
Not good. A 4v3. WahWah, finally. The grip now starting to slip. And Flicka towards outside. This man's now starting to cause a lot of problems. As I mentioned, Flicka is also one of the star players that Mystics has. But if he's not able to perform, then Mystic's gonna struggle. And now Flicka's taking down only 22 HP. One single bullet of Flicka, this deal will be sealed. Freaky as well is taken down quite low. B sides under execute. 3 players moving in towards B. And the man with a lot of HP, which is going to be okay, he needs to take matters in his own hands, but can't cheat from the back. A bullet to the dome to seal the deal.
That was such a great play. Yes, Flicka got 2 out there and also conveyed the position of the last 2 players to his teammates. One was playing towards the secret, the other was on outside. So they knew that no one's going to push up from ramp. All the 3 players quickly moved down the ramp and were able to go in for that bomb plant. And as soon as they were planting C4, they realized that the rotation will come in from secret. So all they needed to check was double doors. That all happened perfectly. Mystic punishing the over-aggression from WahWah. They were just heating up too much. They had to be poured up that ice bucket. Able to do it beautifully. But now they need to be careful as well. Everyone trying to take control of that outside.
We've always seen a lot of the players moving in towards the outskirts. And now once again, you've got 3 players moving in towards the outskirts, so yeah, good trade.
1 for 1.
Okay, finding Kamikaze, still 2 more players to go. Okay, needs to watch out. Just for that peek, we'll catch the player slacking by. Flicka shut down too. Mystics after winning such a good round in the previous one. Now they've messed things up massively. There's a man towards Garage. And Ezio is completely unknown of that fact.
Getting a couple of AKs back as well. That's all you need. With the AWP in the hands of Bullet. Previously we were seeing okay with the AWP. Now it's Bullet. He's having the time of his life. And I think so he's going to be posted on Heaven or maybe possibly Garage if he wants to play aggressive. Because we've seen Mystic show presence there. Or maybe he could be posted up in towards the ramp where we've seen a lot of aggression time and time again. But it has swapped up the AWP to okay, so he's himself has got the AK in his hand, and is he gonna peek out of his smoke? Goes in for a flash, but alright. Oh my god, that was actually a nice set play, 1-for-1 trade coming in. Insmut J is the one who equalizes the odds, and he wants to double it up as well, and he will be able to do so.
Good stuff. A 3v4. And now Executor on top of the it's looking pretty good. Good shot from OK.
Nice.
Instantly just flicks on top, gets the confirmation. Still 2 more players outside, but those 2 players, they need to play a little bit slow. Why aren't they going for the dry peaks? Oh man. Maybe backing away from that spot would have been the wise option, would have been the more mature option, but they still just go for those dry peaks and get taken off.
Or they could have both gone for a double peak at the same time so that it could have been a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, but still that 1-for-1 trade, it was in the favor of WahWah anyways, and then there would have been 1 single man left to clutch it out.
That is true, but that would have been at least better than the one after the other. Again towards control, we're gonna see a lot of aggression, and it's just a mowdown at this point. He Mystic. Easily able to take all of them down. Flicka.
1 more man in the name of Flicka. And he gets shot in the skull from the back. Beautiful stuff from WahWah once again. A 10-2 half. They're completely smurfing through inside of the series. While Mystics, I'm not exactly sure what can help them at this point. Might as well a couple of prayers from the fans.
Maybe not just a couple of more shots. They need to land them. At any cost, and it's again every single time those utils not being used up properly. Now, here's the thing. In the previous map, Mirage, we saw them dumping at least a few of them, but that was directly straight from the line of sight. In the map of Nuke, you need to know those lineups to be able to dump up the utils in those close angles. For now, WahWah doing the exact same thing, slowly creeping ahead, taking control of the ramp possibly, showing aggression there, and yes, they've taken almost all of it.
The round's already done. What? I blink and I miss what just happened in front of my screen. The players were pushing in towards ramp, and they somehow just got all the kills. What? WahWah. They're just able to snuff out these enemies so easily.
Even the observer blinked, I guess, because we were able to see the last few.
Yeah. Even the observer was not able to catch the action. It just happened so quick. But yeah, now MP9s and Deagles on the board. Once again, quick nades towards the smoke.
Oh my god.
The smoke's gonna fade away, but Freaky, with a quick spray transfer, he gets quite freaky too. Kamikaze, he finally stops that man in the tracks, but there's a lot of utilities on the way. And Kamikaze, what? He gets a 4K! Oh! Beast!
One
An
more.
absolute beast! Kamikaze single-handedly just stopping that push with a deagle in his hands. Gets a 4K, also retrieves an AK in his hands, and now will invite all of his friends to the party and get all those remaining guns left on the floor in their hands too. Oh, this just can't get any better for the players of Mystics, but if they keep on getting solo duels like this, then it can.
I was able to finally get that shut down. Pushed up from the squeaky behind the hut towards Tetris and was able to get that final shot of lead into the head. And also picks up a Galil. Kamikaze retrieving that AK. That's just WahWah heating up again a little too much. We saw that happen to them in the previous one and even in this one. Pushing up onto their own Molotov. Not the perfect one, and also lining up for Kamikaze. Was able to do such a brilliant job on that. It was just about time that we saw this happen from Mystic, and now this has pushed up to a broken by the members of WahWah. Just having the rifles into their hands, but in the meantime, taking control of the yard.
Yeah, moving in from the outskirts towards Secret. Not even using a single smoke doing so. I don't even exactly know what's going on at this point because OK gets caught, which is completely fine. But he was the man who had a Tech 9 in his hands. AK up close and personal. He's trying to pay it out. A shot with the shoulder peek. Finally does so and now catches his dome. Beautiful stuff. But they lose out on 2 players in return. Now this is starting to get a little sweaty for WahWah. A 2v4 in the makings. Protagonist with a FAMAS in his hands. The players of WahWah, they need to pull out some type of an outplay. Even the C4's drop down and somewhere down line, the players of Mystics, they're going to have much more confidence when they see that C4 on the floor. And they've already done so. There's a man on the closed right, Freaky. He's going to go for the check in as well soon. Or maybe not. If he does not check the close right, it's a big issue. And he does not. And that's how Ezio finds the opportunity and the momentum inside of the fight too. And now it's a 1v3. WahWah, as I mentioned, it's starting to get a little sweaty for them. Well, his position compromised, but he still finds that headshot. Quick flick to the head. The man gets put to sleep, but that's all he's gonna find.
Nice shot indeed, but the numbers was just too much for him to handle. 11 and 4. Mystic showing some members yet again. It was a scrappy buy for WahWah, so yes, we can say that it was a gun's disadvantage, but at the same time, the mowdown was pretty solid from Mystic. They were able to shut down the big threats down there in secret and not using any utilities. Yeah, that worked out for them once, but I don't think so. It's going to be happening again and again on the other side now. They all want to rush directly from the hut in the molly. They'll just fall.
Yeah, they just got steamed straight up. And now, yeah, they're pretty much cooked. They can't do anything. But I guess we should let them cook. 2v4. P250's in the hand. One headshot up close and personal. Gun retrieved and maybe a clutch. But I guess my theory crafting is not going to work out here.
I mean, it was understandable. Just having the pistols in the hand. On the other side, Mystic having some good positions. Over up in heaven rafters. Kamikaze also not heating up. I love how Mystic are respecting the boundaries and they are not over pushing. And they did realize that it's going to be a full-on push and it's going to be another save. Tech 9 in the hand, along with the AK, Hero AK.
Out, maybe a comeback's on the way. Good nade though. These utilities from Mystics, they're really finding a lot of value. And all the players from WahWah, they're just pushing together. Which is understandable. But you cannot push together that fast because you're of course going to expect some type of retaliation. And those retaliations are in the name of Molotovs and nades. Initially, all you need to do is make sure that you're not really giving away a lot of foot cues. And make sure your position's anonymous. And try and get as close as possible to the site. And then maybe you can try to make a quick burst. But it's not been the case for WahWah. They have been just pressing W off their spawns towards the site. And that's why they've been countered so far. Shots missed from Flicka. It's okay as long as he's going to collect that kill. Ezio as well replies back. A 2v4. AK's in the hands of Executor. See what he can pull off here. Executor able to reply one, but that's all he's going to find.
The Hero AK did not work out, but they've got more than enough creds to go for a full buy in this one. And some utilities will be on board as well. Mystic slowly shifting the momentums in their hand and were again able to have a perfect read. That was a good Molotov towards the control room, and also I would say Smoke did miss, but they also had a frag and were able to quickly issue a few more members of the cavalry to try and restack that place with a couple of more members in the crossfire, able to shut down everyone from WahWah perfectly. But towards the outside, they also move forward, and my goodness, moving so far ahead of the Smoke. Obviously, Ezio is going to find the timing.
I mean, already two players have managed to sneak in though. The nade was a little bit too deep, so the smoke did not fade away. But in Smoochie, he does not even need the fade. He's straight up just going to walk out of the smoke like the smoke criminal. And now they're also starting to get flanked all the way from the back lines. This is not good. Secrets being pushed by the CTs. Someone else has joined the party, but they get spotted. This is a little bit of a blunder from Protagonist, but it's fine. He still gets that kill. And now things are taken down to a 3v4. Man advantage in the hands of Mystics. They should not overcommit on that angle. They should just hold it down there.
Situation now. He needs to win the duel. It was a scrappy one, and Kamikaze was able to finally finish him off. East side control has been taken, but how do we play in this post plant? Oh, double doors. No one's checking that. Flicker moves forward. Bullet needs to be proactive, and he's gonna be welcome with a headshot.
Yeah. WW. They're now starting to get just melted. Because the amount of overconfidence they're showcasing inside of the game, it's really affecting the way they play the game as well. Even the crossfit placement from the man wasn't really that great, and then he just whiffed a lot of shots initially. I still feel like when especially someone's dropping down from vents, you should have the advantage as someone who you're holding it down. Unfortunately, though, he still lost out in that duel, even though he was holding it. But yeah, I mean, 11-7's the scoreline. WW, all they need are 2 more rounds on the board to seal the deal. The Mystics, they're too stubborn, and they're not going to let those 2 rounds happen that easily.
Oh, there's a gap in the smoke. Can be abused, but no way. Insmooji finds the timing. Ezio was not able to win that one out. Does not even lose that HP, but Protagonist can find another one and can try and get a bullet on the back of the head. No, not needed. Flicker is just there where Ezio was. Standing up on that ground, but Executor just outside the door.
44. It is doable. Executor executes Flicker. And with that, the side's going to fall in the hands of WW. Once again, this is something that was really not needed for Executor. But he still comes out on top in that duel. And now Mystics, for them, everything's going to fall apart. The momentum, the confidence, it's going to come down tumbling. And now Protagonist, being the only man left alive in a 1v4, the only thing Protagonist can maybe try to do is go for a save, but he won't be allowed to.
They suddenly lost all the ideas out there, and even though Mystic were the ones who had the advantage, but still say they kind of lost all of it. As soon as WahWah slowed down the pace of the round, they literally had no idea and no clue how to play on that pace. Every single round where WahWah was going in for some pacey hits, Mystics seemed to have an answer, or at least they were ready for the shot, but that is a nasty one. Executor though.
Rinse and repeat.
Equalizing.
Do the same Mystique once again, and just peek out through the smokes like that. You should be expecting an opper there. But unfortunately... Oh, what did he just do? He just dropped down on the ground, took a lot of damage, and now he's moving away. I'm not exactly sure if that was planned or he had another option. I'm not sure why he did so, but he definitely did take a lot of damage. But now he's pushed up close and personal. He could have found the advantage, but Flicka just looks back, checks the angle, and he shuts down the man quickly enough. Mad Towards Heaven catches the upper, so that's a really good news. And a big sigh of relief as well for WW, but still KG, he picks it up, and now he's going to be the one to carry the torch on forward. There's still a Man Towards Heaven, and KG is not really looking towards that spot. The flash was good, but it was a little bit too delayed. But still, it's going to be WahWah to come out on top. As expected, they still dominate the second game of Nuke as well. While, unfortunately, the players of Mystic, they woke up, but they woke up a little too late.
Only had a couple of rounds, and so that leeway was also taken away from them at the end, because yes, 11-3, 11-4, you can say it's not very easy to make a comeback from. It becomes so very difficult because you have to make flawless play after flawless play. WahWah, they were able to do that, and for some reason it just seems that in the beginning they were able to catch the members of Mystic by surprise with the pace that they were using in the game, and once Mystic got comfortable on that, they just slowed it down so very much that Mystic had no idea what to do. Again, they realized the quick hits might come on either towards ramp, or maybe it's going to be towards the hut. Everyone's gonna burst out from there, and they were ready with some setups, at least a crossfire or maybe a molly to stop the push. On the other side, when the pace was slowed down, they had to check every corner perfectly, and they were just not able to win the duels.
I mean, once again, especially when we saw WahWah on the T side, InSmoothJ was the man who was moving in from the outskirts a lot of the times, and he was able to get away with murder twice off the same time. So I'm not able to understand. He did the same thing twice. He actually come out on top this twice as well. So I'm not exactly understanding why Mystics were not able to counter InSmoothJ in that entire circumstance. They should have realized that he's doing the same thing over and over again, and there's probably a chance he's probably going to peek out once again. But InSmoothJ was able to get away with murder twice in the outside. So once again, these type of little problems, they were not really replied back in that quickly of a manner, and that's why Mystics, they just completely came tumbling down. But as I mentioned, for Mystics, yeah, the time's already ran out. It's too late for them to even make a comeback in the overall standings. Soon enough, we're going to be able to see the overall standings in general, but yeah, it's a little bit too late.
Possibly, because they needed at least one map, and this was the one that they needed. But at the end of the day, in the round when Mystic were on the T side, they just seemed so very lost that they had no idea how to go for those executes. Yes, on the CT side they were able to grab a few rounds. It was 11-2, and again, bringing up the game to 7, that's actually a pretty decent feat to achieve. They were able to get 5 rounds in a row. But after that, again, with the adjustment coming in from WahWah, there was absolutely no way. Few try peaks came in from the side of WahWah too, and they were being punished for that. But At the end of the day, this shot, nasty one from Flicker. Honestly, I was not expecting that to happen. OK was just popping off in this one, along with Innsmouth J. On the other side, it was Kamikaze and Flicker.
I mean, we've got the scoreboard now, and OK, as you mentioned, he was popping off indeed with 22 kills and 8 deaths with the ADR of 117. But then you've got Kamikaze on the opposite side with 16 kills and 16 deaths and 93 ADR. How can we forget that 4K with the dekill to save the day for his team? And then after that Mystic, they sort of woke up on the map anew. But as I mentioned, they woke up a little too late because the players of WahWah, they already had a lot of lead in their hands. They already had 11 rounds on the board. But the MVP of the series, it's going to be Executor. This man was performing so well in both the maps with the average kills per map of 19 and the KD ratio of 1.81 and the ADR of 201.
He had above 10 kills in even this one map. So yes, was not as flashy as OK, but was doing a very solid job with all the flashes that he was sending out. And even in the CT side, there was a moment when he almost single-handedly defended the entire push that was coming from the ramp. So doing a phenomenal job onto that side. And when he was on the T side, he was able to take the space away, was also able to move around. He played kind of a lurker when it was needed to be. And at the end of the day, a very solid play indeed. From the other side, it was Kamikaze with an ADR of 151, average kills per map 12.5. But in terms of KD ratio, there's an entire difference of 1.
But then, once again, how can we forget that push from the side of WahWah? They moved in from the outskirts without any smoke. They were quite exposed, but they still managed to make it inside a secret. And that in itself is something I was not able to wrap my head around because you rarely see these type of moments. But yeah, in general, this is what I'm saying, but I keep on saying that we're not really seeing those proper executions. We're not seeing those smokes being utilized in good manner. We're not seeing those proper nades being used, those Molotovs being used. Molotovs, maybe yes, they're using those one in quite a good fashion. They're stopping the push. They're stalling the push for a while with the Molotovs. But still, it's about the smokes. It's about denying the vision, and we're not seeing that to the fullest potential, of course. As we do see the leaderboard, WahWah, of course, once again, back on the top. PackBoyz on the second spot. Team VRN with a 3-3 scoreline with third. That's going to be your top 3. But then CM's going to be on the fourth because CM, once again, they will be playing their upcoming game, and everything will be decided right there.
That is indeed true. WahWah already completing 4 of their matches, have only got 1 remaining. PackBoyz can definitely come on top, but on the other side, for Team Paradox and Team Mystic, it's just as you mentioned. I possibly do not see a chance for making them into the top 3, but maybe ending things on a good note is going to be the key.
Exactly. I mean, ending things on the good note will definitely be the key. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not exactly ending the show for now. It's time for us to take a short break. But don't go anywhere because there's still 2 more series to go. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. Not exactly a short one, but it was quite a massive one. Not gonna lie, 15 minutes. Yeah, that's a lot. But the upcoming series is also going to be quite an interesting one, considering it's a team that has been struggling once again inside of the series. They're called Paradox, and we know what happened to Paradox when the last time we saw them inside of the Pakistan division. They faced off against VRN. They got absolutely decimated by the likes of VRN. But now Paradox, they're going up against BOYZ, and BOYZ is one of the strong teams that the Pakistan region has to offer.
I'm looking forward to this matchup because, again, PKB, they were the ones who were up against Team Mystic previously, and even the day before yesterday, they were in a winning streak, 2-0. But when we are talking about Paradox, now this team is the one that's been struggling for a form a little bit, because when they were up against Mystic, they went in 1-1 against WahWah. They could not even take even a single map. And on the other side, against PRN, they faced the same thing.
I mean, we've got the lineup of Paradox in front of us, and especially Ayan, Acromans. You've also got Smashborn, Alone Guy, and Cheyenne. Now, we're seeing a new man stand in this time. It's going to be Smashborn. Unfortunately, the previous player, I'm not exactly sure what happened to him, but hopefully he's going to be back up in the future matches. But for now, inside of this series, we're going to have a stand-in the name of Smashborn.
Looking forward to see how he is going to perform on this roster, because if I'm not wrong, they have been practicing with him a little bit in the scrims at least, so should be able to bring in those executes that they normally bring in with their main 5 roster. And of course, this new edition can definitely pave a way in the way that no one might expect. Normally, we do see Paradox facing some struggles, but at the end of the day, I want to see a good performance coming in from their side.
Pretty much. I mean, especially you can see in these highlights as well. Of course, Paradox, they do have the firepower, but unfortunately, it's all about the team play. It's a team game. But then, you speak about a team, you've got another team in front of us. It's going to be the players of BOYZ. Dynamite, Bloody, Sharpshooter, Angel WoW, and then you've also got Skoffic. We've seen these players play in the past. Dynamite especially, he's a person just waiting to blow up on the map. And we have seen him pop up in quite an incredible fashion too. The last time we saw this man play was on the map of Ancient, of course, and Dynamite, he showcased some heroic moments.
This team is the one that has basically played on so many maps: Mirage, Nuke, Inferno, and if I'm not wrong, even Ancient. They have played on so many multiple maps, and I think so their map pool is pretty vast. But at the same time, Mirage is the one that kind of needs a little bit more brush up. On the other side, if you talk about their Nuke, it kind of looks flawless. They haven't possibly lost even a single Nuke map, so I think so it would be understandable if Paradox are able to take it away, but BOYZ definitely are having a time of their life specifically on that map, so I'm looking forward to what's the veto going to look like.
I mean, hey, you asked for the map veto and it's going to be right in front of us. Let's move on and look at the map veto and find out what the ban's going to be. As you mentioned, Ancient is something that the players of Paradox, of course, they have been struggling, especially BOYZ. They've been looking quite nice, and that's why you see Paradox instantly ban out the map of Ancient. They know if BOYZ are going to be the one to pick up Ancient, it's going to be a big problem for them. Nuke as well being taken out by Paradox. Once again, another strong map for BOYZ is not going to be played inside of the series. That means the decider are going to be the basic ones, Mirage, and the last map's going to be Inferno.
These are the two solid maps if we are looking from the perspective of BOYZ, because Mirage and Inferno were the previous maps in which they went up against Team Mystic, and they won both of them in a 13-9 fashion. And on the other side, for Paradox, I do feel they kind of struggle on the map of Mirage specifically. Executes do look a little bit shaky. You need those lineups time and time again. We have been talking about that, but we'll just have to wait and see possibly for the result.
I mean, in the map veto, once again, as I mentioned, we're back to the equal grounds. We're back to the classic grounds, Inferno and Mirage. And one thing is for sure, BOYZ, they're going to be comfortable without a doubt. But it's all down to Paradox and how they're going to be performing. Because Paradox, they are sticking to that comfort zone. They banned out Ancient instantly because they knew Ancient is sort of like that strong suit for the players of BOYZ. So they just do not really want to play that map anymore. But as I mentioned, when it comes to going for the team play, BOYZ, they're miles ahead of Paradox. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the series begins now, as Paradox, they start things off on CT and BOYZ on T.
All 5 Glocks in the hand, and it seems to be an A rush out of the ordinary. A quick Palace alley control. They're going in for the execute.
But I especially want to see how Smashborn is going to be playing. He's the stand-in. It's just going to be first time to play inside of the competition. Probably a bit of pressure onto him will definitely be there. At Smashborn, he also caught a bit of a dink onto his head, so he needs to play a little bit more safe. Wentz is being held off by Skofik, making sure no one's going to be able to just move inside of that area that easily. Sharpshooter as well, up close and personal towards Connector. He's holding it down towards Jungle. But it's just going to be kills flying all across the board. Paradox out of nowhere. It's going to be a burst of kills for them. Even Ayan towards Palace is able to find some connections. And what just happened? You blink it and you miss it. Out of nowhere, this retake just came through so quickly.
That was just one of the craziest flashes that you would witness. A lone guy with it was able to bring out the best of it, and his team just capitalizing. And the timing that they all worked with, it was impeccable, because as soon as the flash popped, they all peeked in from 3 different directions. If I'm not wrong, it was the jungle, it was also from the connector, where in one place was on standby, and from the CT, just being so coordinated. I love to see this kind of team Paradox. You always miss it, and again, seems to be the same story for this round.
Smashborn came in here replacing Psy. I mean, it's just been first round, so I can't really say a lot. And once again, considering the opponents are going to be on an eco, they still try to go for the force buys. But it just did not really work out that well. Galil in the hands of Sharpshooter is not going to be able to do anything. Just play in the back, hold it off, try and get as many kills as possible, do some damage on the opponent's economy. That's all he can desire. And he's also towards main. His position's compromised. He gets spotted out, moving in slowly and steadily towards Tetris. And it's also known. You can see the man just backing away towards Palace too. And there's going to be a peek from Palace soon enough. That's going to shut down Sharpshooter.
And again, with that flash, love to see the utils being used, I'll be brutally honest. Specifically those flashes and how Team Peak on the back of it. Paradox have done it twice in a row now, and if they keep this going on, I will be pretty worried about Park Boys. Because their 2 quick rushes from the Palace alley have not been working out for them, so they might switch things up, maybe go towards the B. And that probably is going to be the case. They want to try and work up towards mid as well. Going in for a very default play.
Just waits for the cross, and the man just straight up walks in his crosshairs. Maybe this time an eco round can be won by Pack Boys, by PB. I mean, 2 kills off the bat, just flying in their court. And out of nowhere, there's a possibility that PB can actually come out on top. This is massive. The players are now starting to move towards the B side. There's still a man towards short. And if he doesn't get cleared, he will of course mode the entire push down. The man towards short finds one with the Khalil. There's another man towards bench. But unfortunately, Ackerman now is just isolated all by himself in that same spot. Considering the opponents do not have the better weaponry, they just don't stand a chance against the automatic weapons.
That was a very good peek coming in from Ackerman. And honestly, the way they just took control of the archers. Whenever you go for a B execute, you always need to have the archers control. Or at least you need to have the player playing in archers neutralized. And that is just not the case. Because you'll basically be pincered from 2 different directions if you do not control the player from archers. That's one from archers and then second from market. So you either flash and smoke market off, or you flash volley market off and then you move forward. But for now, with aggression being shown, Cat being smoked off, Sharpshooter threatening a reposition behind the boxes. That's going to happen, but the AWP is now being repositioned.
With the M1 moving in towards the apartments. AK as well in the hands of Dynamite. Still just waiting for someone to peek out. Maybe the Opera can be caught, and yes, that's what happens. Big mistake from Ash. The op as well taken down completely. The winning potential now, not inside of the game. Angelo's gonna get caught with the C4. What a big blunder that was. Even though they get the sight control, it's gonna be of no use because the C4 is all the way in the back in the hands of Ayan. And he's still just hunkering down. With only 5 bullets, he still finds Sharp. once again, even towards T-spawn, he's got so much control to play with. There's a couple of players moving in from the back, from the main itself.
What?
But Ayan, he still somehow wins the fight towards the B site. What?
Nah, no way that should have been allowed.
He's holding the spawn down like he's the owner of that area. And once again, peeking out towards top mid. Skofik spots Ayan, just instantly backs away, even though they know Ayan's quite low. But Ayan's just feeling himself at this point. And now Skofik is probably going to go for the nest control. He has already got it. But this peek is going to be interesting. Nice off angle.
That indeed was very nice off angle. I did not anticipate that kind of reposition coming in. But jeez, Ayan. He was the only man standing out there in the spawn of terrorists. And even after that, you just could not pick up the bomb until and unless there was some kind of threat from mid. That was again being provided by Skofik out there. He just wanted at least a couple of players from his team to win those duels.
MP9's FAMAS and one single M1 in the hands of Smashborn. Interesting. 7 kills in the hands of Ayan. This man was holding down the spawn pretty nicely. And look at Ayan, once again, just pushing up. He's found so much territory control, it's crazy. And now he's also gonna give the call away that the main's clear as well. There's another man moving in all the way from the underpass. And Sharpshooter should be able to find Ayan right here. But maybe not. Oh no, he gives his position away. He could have had the surprise element. And now there's 2 players moving in towards the same spot. Ayan's already managed to back away from that spot, so that's the good news for him. But the amount of valuable intel they also have managed to gather, it's quite crazy.
There's control in the hands of Bloody at this point, waiting for someone to peek, and also the connector being taken by Skofik. This seems to be a very well executed A hit, as he's also got the jungle control. He will find the first one.
He does. Skofik, at least able to shut down the man who's feeling himself. Shayan taken down from the game. Towards ticket booth, there's 2 players. So that needs to be smoked off. Without any type of utilities, they still do get the plant down. The smoke's quite late. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was. We did not see any type of execution in that previous round, but they still somehow get their hands on the site. Maybe a bit of a fake towards the B apartments, but even you cannot really call that a fake. Yeah, I mean, just easily they were able to walk in the site, take it over from the CTs, and now PB. For them, they're just going to start to line up the bodies of the opponents. One more man to go on the front lines. He does get away with one, but that's all he's going to find.
Let's see, he was able to keep his life. Yeah, he's probably going to die. There was just some good spam coming in from BOYZ. Able to take him down low enough so that the bomb's detonation radius will be just enough to finish him off. The way how we saw him lurk up so far ahead, Skofik controlling the entire of the connector and then having control of the jungle, that is just unreal. The player posted up in the sniper's nest was just not able to grab that information. And again, Ayan was able to push the underpass, but they also need to control the mid. They can't let these lurk happen, but what?
Well, off the bat, 2 pins. I mean, once again, the opponents aren't an eco, so you cannot really expect them to perform to the fullest. But now they have managed to retrieve 1 gun in their hands, and this can be massive. It's a 3v4, it is doable, but the Deagles, they need to find a lot of connection, but Angelo, this man's already sneaked in quite deep. All the way from the market, he sneaked in towards CT spawn, and now is also just pinning down the jungle area. The amount of map control these guys have, it's crazy. B site was completely left alone, and that's why they took the advantage of that. They did not really fall for the trap of Paradox.
Bomb has been planted.
It was all thanks to the first pick in the sniper's nest, and also a pick towards Palace, that true rotation.
close. This is that shot. Pulls out the Tech 9. Will come out on top. Easy stuff. Oh no, salt on top of the wounds. No way. Just making sure that he's dead.
You've got to be worried about a few zombies out there. Everyone's watched World War Z. But yes, that slow approach from Park Boys again working out. Slowing the pace down seems to be the trick for their side, because the first 2 rounds were very pacey and both of them were dealt with. After the next few, every single round was super slow. It's about time that we're going to witness a quick engagement in mid.
Is this... What? They just walk in towards short with a lot of flashes to back him up. We saw a lot of flashes, some Molotov towards connectors. And that's it. They did not even use the smoke. They used the smoke so late. Oh my god, this has to be a joke. Pack Boys, they're just straight up running towards the site without even caring about anything in the world. Good smoke fade. Angelo finds the man. And now Cheyenne's still left alive. All the way towards market. Even he's gonna try to back away, save his weaponry.
And now they change the pace yet again, but over towards mid, not towards the side exactly. And I've always mentioned, you want to take control of the B side, take control of the arches. Because market, it's kind of out of the question. A brilliant play. And it's just as you mentioned, I like the play, come on. I mean, they used up a ton of flashes out there in connector, making sure that the player cannot go out for a peek. They also did the same thing in towards the nest and then moved forward. They got a few trades in their favor. It was down to the 3v3. And then, I mean, they controlled the arches. That smoke fade was perfect. They realized there might be someone in the market, finished them off, and then controlled the entire area. I'm loving the approach from Park Boys now. Paradox have to find a way.
I wouldn't say the approach was good. I would just say that it was the mistake of Paradox. They were.
Agreed.
It's Paradox's mistake that they did not counter that. It's not that hard to counter it. If there's a lot of flashes on the way, that's why you instantly try to be a little bit more proactive as well and try and pull off something. Even Paradox, they've got some utilities, right? Even they can throw the Molotovs, the smokes, to try and deny the vision, or even they can throw some counter flashes. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can actually tackle this entire circumstance that just happened. But Paradox, they just sort of took a lot of time to think, and they missed that opportunity to counter it in time. So yeah, now Alone Guy's taken down quite low. Ayan towards site, tucked behind this wall. Does see a lot of footsteps in the front. Position's compromised, so Scoffix gonna peek out and get him down. Quick readjustments on the crosshair. Even find Cheyenne on the way. And now it's a 2v3. Alone Guy's way too low. And I highly doubt Alone Guy would also want to give his kill away like that. Towards short, the man was spotted. Luckily enough, did not really catch any hurt. And once again, it's going to be a pullback. They go for a save.
So what the previous round did was, again, it threatened a very fast cat push. Now, I totally agree that there's a way to counter that. You throw out the Molotovs, you also throw out the flashes. But wait a second, Scoffix is going to find one of the exit frags out there. Ashwan finished off. Now, yes, so you can throw out all of your utilities and... Jeez, they're not going to let me finish though, are they? Always try and find a fight out there. Alright, we're finally at a situation where he'll be able to save the rifle. So it threatened the player on the arches, and basically now the arches player is just not present there, which gave them the opportunity to execute the site through apartments, and they did that brilliantly. Ayan was playing on site, it was not a pretty position, he was taken down, and the rest was history. Park Boys, they are the ones who actually took the time out because of the disconnect.
Oh no. Bring the man back, please. Angelo's here, Scoffix here, Bloody's here, Sharpshooter's here as well. They're missing out on one player. And that is Dynamite. Once again, Dynamite facing some issues. I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. Even last time when we saw PB play out, it was Dynamite who faced a lot of issues. And once again, Dynamite's the man who's facing some issues. Hopefully they're going to be sorted soon enough.
I feel it. Sometimes it happens, the tech issues. But there's the commitment from the team. Always trying to burn out those timeouts to get their man on board, being together. And that is working out. Approach is, I would still say, pretty solid. Because Paradox, they need to find an adjustment to this kind of pace change that Park Boys are bringing. Then they are the ones who are trying to go in for a reactive play. But here's the problem for that. If it's a very pacey hit and the site is not a stacked one, you will not be able to react on time. And if it's a slow hit, then there's seldom a few ways for you to find out where the hit is actually going to be because you are expecting a fast paced hit. So that's where Paradox are basically now in a paradox of their own, a dilemma. Must have got to work up against. And Angelio also has got the AWP, so that's also a worrisome thing.
Yeah.
MP9's on the other side, a Famis. Not a pretty buy.
Indeed. A lone guy with an AK, but then you've got Smashborn with the MP9, as you mentioned. Not too good. If you look at the PB, though, I mean, look at Angelo. He's got $9,000, and he's also got an op in his hands. The amount of money this man has, it's insane. Dynamite's finally back inside of the game to dominate the grounds. And even he's got a lot of money. He's probably just going to go for an AK. Dynamite is the main key to the success of PB. And Ayan, I mean, off the bat, we saw Ayan go really aggressive inside of the game, but then later on, the aggression's toned down a little bit now. I want to see Ayan back on that aggressive footing. I want to see him go up close and personal and challenge those duels on the aim fight.
He's also being somewhat of an initiator of the team where he throws out those flashes for his team to peek on the back of it. So we want to have that. Mid aggression this time from the side of Paradox. I like to see that happen, and they're also making sure to throw out a molly, and oh my god, another fast execute.
Ooh, what a shot from Angelo. A slap to the face. Ayan falls down. Another Molotov. It's going to flush out the player from his comfort zone. Ackerman gets taken down as well. Angelo with the op. This man is just pulling off some incredible stuff. He's pushing up close, he's connecting those shots, coming out on top in the duels, and now out and over it's a 2v4. The complete defense of Paradox, it just comes crumbling down. A fast push from PB was not expected, and they just get astonished.
Scoffing. Another shot onto Smash. Save for Shan. He'll be allowed to keep the weapon that he has. Famous on the other side. The opener that Angelio found on the player on Arches, it was the main key for their success of this execute. And again, the way they're changing the pace.
If I'm not wrong, there was only one player towards B, correct? Who was towards the truck area. He tossed in the Molotov, but then the T's pushed in with a smoke. They used the smoke to extinguish the Molotov, and they just straight up barrel stuffed the man down on the site. The rotation was quick enough, but unfortunately it was still too late because Angelo, he was connecting some nutty shots. He got the man down towards the short. Or no, there were two players. One was holding towards the short, and one was holding towards the bench. The man towards the bench, he was shrouded in the smoke. The man towards the shot got taken down by Angelo. Before now, it's out of this round. Once again, it's a quick take. Smokes towards jungles, towards CT, and just like that, they move in. Only two smoke with the backup of a couple of flash. They're able to get the hands on the site.
Will execute yet again. And I was expecting them to hit the B's A side this time because they had gone on the B for quite a few rounds. So A was inevitable. It was understandable that they might go in for a pace change towards A. Went in for that quick hit yet again. They're working out for them. And they're catching everyone on the side of Paradox with a surprise. Now, whenever a team has AWP in the hand, we expect them to play slow because they want to play in for the picks. But BOYZ, they are deciding that they want to go in on their own pace, and that's what Bloody wants to do.
Oh, the man's up close and personal. And of course, MP9 will come out on top. It'll prevail. Even towards underpass, the push has already happened. No! Ackerman messes up. This is such a massive mess up from Ackerman. And this is what happens when the nerve starts hitting you. Ackerman's got no other option than to back away. He could have had a surprising effect inside of this round. But unfortunately, he gave his position away with that burst of the MP9. Two players speaking out at the same time. Beautiful coordination. Paradox finally some signs of improvement inside of the round. But Scoffing with a 2K beautifully just completely stun locks the players of Paradox. And now the entire retake's crumbling down. It's a 1v1. Angelo with not a lot of HP, but the time's ticking away. So Angelo's got the advantage anyways. He's going to be the one to win the round for his team. And that's it.
He's got to save the weapon. Run, boy, run. Oh, last second. He was taken down. Unfortunate for him, but they've got a lot of money in the bank. So it's not going to be a problem either ways. But fast retake, that was on play. You needed your player in the apartments to win that duel, but that was just not allowed. BOYZ are having the field day. I wanted to mention how Mirage would not exactly be the perfect map for Team Paradox, but this is the kind of mowdown that I was not expecting. Scoffing is disrespecting the smoke.
Looking to do so. Inside of the smoke, he's just waiting for at least some sound cues. And as soon as he finds the sound cues, he will have a general idea on where exactly the enemy is going to be. Dynamite, he's found the timing on this push. But unfortunately, he's being sensed by Cheyenne. Trades did happen quickly enough on the board, but even Smash Porn towards Sandwich gets taken down. A 3v3 effect on the game, but now Bloody as well catches another man towards Connector. This is the problem that I've been speaking about. It's a domino effect. As soon as you find the first one, the second one peeks out right after. There's no discipline. There's no proper team coordination. These guys need to play together. And the communication should be on the point. But Ayan, he's found the opener on the site. This can be a big ray of hope for them to try and make something happen. There's also a smoke just completely blocking off the CT spawn, which I absolutely love. Another smoke in the front, and he's going for the stick towards the defuse. But Angelo, this man's up. He's been able to connect some inhuman shots.
And this is him on the T side. You can only fathom what he's going to do on the CT. That's the kind of performance he's brought on the table. But we've had so many games out there thinking that maybe this is it. Maybe the team who's got the lead is going to win. But we've always been proven wrong. So it is possible that Paradox might be able to get a few extra rounds as well now, since BOYZ were able to do so. But at the same time, I love how BOYZ were working again like a well-oiled machine, because they sent in a few players in towards the stairs, and they had sent a player towards the palace as well, only for the rest of them to try and make way from the connector. They took the mid control, and I've been mentioning mid control is almost always crucial on a map like Mirage. You want to know what's happening in the mid to figure out what the T's are up to. And that's not what was done by Paradox, only because of the fact how they were brutally shut down in the starting 4th or 5th round of the game. And it was all on the back of that fast push in the mid, wherein, yes, there needed to be a few extra flashes from Paradox to shut down that push, but that was just not the case. It took too long for them to adjust. And that, after that, it just paved the way for BOYZ, because they could not anticipate what was happening. They had to be ready for those fast hits. And at the end of the day, it was just BOYZ team rolling, winning out on all of their gun duels as well. And in the last round, they worked up their way in towards the mid, catching a couple of players from connector, getting that pinch on towards the side, going in for a beautiful A split.
Okay, if I'm not wrong, In the first couple of rounds, we saw Paradox be really proactive and aggressive. And especially speaking of Cheyenne. He was always the man to push up, get those kills, and back away. And somewhere down the line, PacBoys realized that, and they were like, okay, the CTs are being a little bit more aggressive. How about we counter them with being even more aggressive? And then they started making those confirmed hits on the site. It was a quick burst towards any of the sites. They were not really wasting a lot of the time in general in making a lot of those decisions. They were just straight up going for those hits. And that's why Paradox could not be aggressive anymore. Because if they try to do so, there's probably going to be a lot of players being aggressive on the same time as well. So it's really tough to counter aggression with aggression. But for now, Dyna been able to find 2 with the USP. He's already done his job, but I'm not exactly sure how much of this extension's going to work out. That's why Cheyenne backs away. It's now a 3v3. Dual Berettas in the hands of Skofik. He can definitely make something happen. The man's quite low as well. And it's just going to be a complete span. He sprayed through with a dual Berettas. And I guess we also have some sort of an issue going on, ladies and gentlemen. The previous round did not count. It's going to be restarted once again. Unfortunate stuff for Dynamite. I feel kind of bad for him, not going to lie. He was connecting some nice shots. But yeah, it's going to be a restart, ladies and gentlemen. The previous round did not count.
That is indeed pretty unfortunate. I was also pretty sad about the shots that Dynamite was able to hit, not being counted. Those 2 nasty shots from the USP were actually the ones which equalize the numbers, or if not bring it in the favor of PacBoys. But it is what it is. One member down either ways. I've told you, dude. Tech pauses and the tech issues are the most consistent thing that you can see. But there's always a solution to everything. Just like how there's always a solution to the fast, pacey hits coming in from a team. And that is to throw down early utils to stop that fast push. And that is something we did not see from Paradox. Only until in the later part of their own half, we saw that to happen. So now, again, as they will be on the side of T's, they should be going in for a few of those set plays. I really hope they would have practiced a few of them at least, just like how PacBoys were able to do. I'm hoping for Paradox too. I mean, that's the kind of map Mirage is. Rather than going in for some rushed up executes, playing on the back of your own teammates' utils. We already saw how Ayan's flashes have been on point. I'm expecting him to use a bit more onto us during the site executes.
I mean, Angelo's been feeling himself. I haven't seen him miss a shot so far. Whatever shot he's shooting is actually connecting that. So yeah, he's going to be a massive threat for Paradox. If he gets his hands on the op, it will be GGWP. But yeah, similar approach this time once again from Paradox. All the players moving towards A. Summer Town Line Dynamite's probably going to see this coming through. And he's also being quite aggressive towards Palace. He's managed to squeeze in, but he's not going to be allowed to get away. He misses all the shots, and Alone Guy's the one to come out on top. All the players instantly looking forward to rotate towards the A site, and Glock's, of course, something that's going to help him in the run and gun, too. Sharpshooter, beautiful shot towards the first man. Cheyenne put to sleep. There's 2 more players looking forward to extend, but a flash is going to blind the player in the front, which is going to be Ayan, and that's also going to revoke a lot of the possibilities to make this entire comeback possible. And already the site execute, the site retakes happening, and it's done.
If I'm not wrong, it was possibly a team flash that basically blinded the players of Paradox themselves.
Oh.
Because I did not see any kind of flash assist from the feed.
That's
and if
what
that was not the case, yeah.
That's what I was trying to find as well. I did not see anyone toss a flash as well from Paradox. So
it
I was just not able to understand how he exactly got blind. So yeah, there's a chance it might just be a team flash. We don't
That
know.
was so unfortunate. That was so unfortunate. They wanted to push up towards CT, but that was not how things rolled. But another fast hit from the Palace this time.
Oh, once again, they're going to get the site control in the hands. Tech Knights, M1 on the site. Ayan able to get his hands on that gun. But magazine's going to be a big issue. He's running out of bullets as well. Ayan shot down while he was trying to go for the plant. And now the man inside of the smoke. They're also looking for a knife him, and they do. Salt on top of the wounds.
Angelio was right in front of the man while he was planting the C4. No one checked him. That is just a massive mistake from Paradox. They went in to take control of the site, but no one covered for their planter. He literally stalled him for a couple of seconds to see what was happening and then shot him. But nonetheless, got to brush it off. Sharp, able to get one, traded quickly by Shayan, and mid is where we were seeing aggression and over towards the apartments as well.
Good Molotov. Gonna stall them for a bit more. Angelo, what is he doing? Oh my god, he's just running and gunning with the M1. Oh, runs out of bullets as well in the magazine. Misses all the shots. Oh, that was hard to watch. And then for Ackerman, he's just gonna find a quick two-piece. A good way to return on the board once again. Paradox, it's a 3-11 scoreline. They're losing with quite a big margin. The man's already squeezed in. He misses that shot too. Sharpshooter. He's not going to forgive himself after what just happened to him. We saw so many whiffs back to back.
Maybe he's just not a sharp opper, because that's the job of Angelio. But on the other side, yes, again, a pretty messed up round. Coming in, there were quite a few mistakes from Park Boys, but the capitalization on the back of it, specifically by Ackerman in mid, he was able to take down a couple of players. If I'm not wrong, Angelio was the one who was peeking in the sniper's nest, and he ran out of the M4 bullets. I really hoped for him to just stand back and hit that reload button. His team had the advantage. There was no need to go in for that. Another aggressive peek with a pistol, but that's how things happened.
Oh.
And
you talk about aggression. And oh, it's to its finest. Ayan, even though he had his hands on the op, one single headshot just seals the deal onto him. And now once again, the op's going to be in the hands of the young prodigy himself, Angelo. Let's see what he's going to be able to pull off this time. One single op in the hand, the rest, every single player, they've got their hands on the pistols. And now he just needs to go huge. He's going to be the win condition, but Angelo this time, he gets shut down. Once again, Paradox able to gain their control back on the site. But the plant still not happened. He needs to recover the C4, go for the plant, and then only there's a chance Paradox can come out on top. But if they do go for the save inside of this round too, it's going to be match point for PB. So Paradox, they need to go for the plant. They've got no other option. They need to try. Op recovered, and what a quick shot that was. And that was a no-scope too.
had that been a no-scope headshot, we would have called it the skull cut. But it was just a normal body shot. But yes, indeed, a no-scope. Sharpshooter just made me eat my own words for the previous round. There's some unfortunate shots not connecting previously, but this time around, I'm still surprised that a couple of the players have not invested into their helmets. Sharpshooter with the AWP as well. Oh my god, off angle by Bloody. It's going to get very messy.
SMG's on the board. And Ackerman, what a beautiful headshot that was towards short. It's a 3v3 affair though still. Somehow the players of PB, they're able to make it count. And they're able to neutralize the man number. Sharpshooter, with his hands onto this op, is holding that tight angle towards the window. But once again, market control will be taken away easily by the CTs. There's a man positioned towards close right. And Dynamite looking to pop out of that window. Slow and steady approach inside of the retake. You've got a lot of time. Just make the decisions cautiously. First peek comes out. Dynamite unfortunately gets caught off guard with a double peek. And just Ayan and Ackerman, they do the job.
The double up gamble just not working out for BOYZ, but they only need one more round. On the other side, Paradox, some mountain to climb, 7 straight rounds. Otherwise, it's a done deal, this specific map. And a lot of players out there and people out there would also think the same. But BOYZ, they'll be able to close things out. But again, you may never know. Previous round worked out for Paradox. This could happen the same. All looking to gather towards stairs, though it's gonna get so messy here.
Oh no. This is where the ends meet. Or at least PB's economy has been in the shambles for now. Good flashing. It's gonna blind off anyone that's in the front lines, and this man single-handedly with the FAMAS is doing a lot of work. 5-7 finds the activation, but not the kill.
Ayan just dropped down from Palace while being shot by the 5-7 and was able to quickly scope in and get that shot with the AWP in his hands. It was actually a feat to achieve, I'll be brutally honest about it. I was expecting him to fall down to his death at that point. Did not happen. Paradox on the back of it. Another round. They're adding the mixtures now. Went in towards the B first, then towards the A. Showing some mid control. Walking up Cat 2. I like the way how they're playing around the map. Again, showing some attention towards mid. Yes.
Shaishanu, there's 4 players towards the A site. That means once again it's the A stack from them. But luckily enough for Paradox, they're once again gonna avoid this trap. It's big. Considering it's an eco, the best bet the players of PB could take was a stack. But that stack has been completely avoided by the players of Paradox. And Ackerman has already found himself quite deep inside of the site. Once again, the op looking to find a couple of body shots as well. Not able to connect anything though. And now it's also starting to be a bit of a problem for Ayan. The more shots you missed, the more confidence you lose. That's how the op works.
Perfect with the lurk. It's just a wrap. Smash. Being able to shut everyone down there. It's a good hold on towards the side by Paradox. Might lose a couple of guns in the process. Yep.
Yeah,
they did.
only tried to go for the save and he could not. That's a USP lost. Such a big economical damage, you know that?
Humongous indeed. I mean, Ackerman is definitely going to struggle. He did lose the info. But on the other side again, if you look at the brighter side for the side of Team Paradox, they've had the rounds rolling for them. For the previous 2 or 3 rounds, they've been having some good runs. They're not running into any kind of stack from BOYZ. And I'll be honest, it's all a 50-50 gamble every single time, because when they run towards the A, the stack is towards B. If they go towards B, the stack is towards the A. There are no fakes being sold out on the back of it. Just a few utils being used up in mid to kind of threaten what happened in one of the previous round. But if you really dig deep into it, there are no as such fake hits towards any kind of site. You know which side is going to get hit by the amount of utils that are being dumped there. So I think so if BOYZ really want, they can try and play on the back of that information. And it has all been going downhill since the investment of the double AWP.
I mean, this time out from BOYZ, they need it. Because they only need one more round. And they know this round is. If they do not really win this round itself, that means once again the economy is going to come tumbling down, that's for sure. And then after this round, it's going to be an eco, which of course PB will confirm lose. And that in itself will make the comeback possible for Paradox. So the players of PB, they're booking it everything onto this round. And if this is not converted into a win, PB, they're of course gonna lose all the momentum they had. They're going to lose all the lead they had over the players of Paradox. You got to give it to them, though. They're doing a great job. Angel able to find the first pick through the smoke. Good spam. Unfortunately for Paradox, not the ideal start they wanted to have.
From the apartments.
Scoffing towards the site. Forgot to use any type of utilities. And now once again, the entry from the apartments is going to be possible. Dynamite needs to go huge here, but unfortunately he gets deactivated as well. A 3v2 affair now. Two players are quite softened up. Bloody, he can definitely pull off this clutch towards the site. He needs to at least get a 2k and make it down to a 1v1, but no, he messes up massively. And now it's a 1v3. And Sharpshooter, he's just tucked in a corner. Even he whiffs everything.
Not exactly the kind of play you would want if you're a fan of Park Boys, but Paradox, this is the exact round that they needed. Few openers being found for Park Boys, but they were not able to capitalize on the back of it. Then they are not being able to stop these B hits from coming. And when they go in for any gamble stack towards the B, it's always a hit towards the A, but this time the gamble might work.
Oh, here we go. Ackerman. Once again, it's just a lot of confidence beacon for him. The man's already on the site. Dual Paretas to the face. It's going to be a massive barrel stuff. Scoffing just sprays around like a Rambo. And he still gets another one. Deagle towards jungle. Just hungry for heads. Looking to find some skull connections. But unfortunately, even that gets denied. Two players are quite low. One single Deagle shot to each will shut him down. This clutch is possible. But Sharpshooter, he needs to be sharp, just like his name. Cannot afford to miss a single shot, and the man still just goes for the peek and gets the easy kill confirmed.
I was just about to say that he needs to win the duel against a lone guy. The first one is the most crucial one. And that literally was the only one he needed a perfect headshot on. Apart from that, just a couple of body shots would have worked out on the remaining two players, but that's not what happened. A lone guy playing proactive yet again. Made a risky gamble, but at least it worked out. He had trust in the teammates on the back of it again. A B hit seems to be coming on the way. Some mid attention is going to be made. Angelio with the AWP in mid will not be able to find any opening. I said it way too early.
Oh my god!
I apologize.
Angelo, a quick 2k on the board. The entire mid area is now evacuated by the terrorists. And Paradox, they decide to move back. And now the players are starting to stack in towards the B site. Or not exactly the B side, towards the apartments area. There's a man pushed up close and personal right next to him. And Cheyenne, I highly doubt is probably going to go for the check on the clotheslines as well. Skoffic's probably going to find the big advantage. But he's still going for that slow and steady approach. And yes, the check does not come through. Finds the first, gets the second one almost. A lone guy returns back in a good fashion. Two flashes, Dynamite completely blinded, but he gets to both of them just like that.
I'll just say it out loud. It was a round being won on the back of Angelio's picks and mid. I'll just directly say it. Through the smoke. Perfect timing with the frag. He was able to find out the first. There was a gap in it. And being able to utilize that perfectly. And the second one, if I'm not wrong, he only saw a pixel of the place for a fraction of a second. And he was able to figure out and pinpoint the exact location of the player. And was able to hit that nasty shot. That is mind-blowing. And on the back of it, that...
You can tell by the players' faces too, they were not that satisfied with the win. They knew they threw a lot of rounds that should not have been thrown in the first place. They almost had the victory as well. They were on the match point. They just needed one single round, but still that one single round was being stretched out for such a long time.
Mentioned before, most of the rounds were only just dump a utility in mid and go for a direct hit. It could be A hit, it could also be a B hit. They mostly went for the A hit when they knew they had the weaponry advantage. Even if it was a close range battle, they knew they were going to win out with the heavy weaponry because the enemy would be on the pistols. And when they had the rifles, they would try and fake in mid a little bit and then move directly towards the B for that execute, taking the archer's control as well. That is exactly how they won all of those rounds. I like the play coming in, but yes, a lot of mistakes from Park Boys.
I mean, BOYZ did the same thing in their attacking side. They were just pushing up inside of the side,
True.
just quick hits. And then later on, Paradox realized the same thing as well. They were like, okay, BOYZ are being a little bit too cocky in their CT side, so we might as well try to be aggressive as well and punish them. And that's what happened. All the time, whenever we saw the players of Paradox be really aggressive on the side, BOYZ were just not able to answer back that well. But then, yeah, in the last round, of course, towards mid, they showcased some good cover. Even especially Angelo being able to connect those op shots, sort of saved the day for them. And that's why they were able to come out on top pretty much in that round. But Paradox, you got to give it to them. Good reads on the fly, good adjustments on the fly. And they were able to just adapt accordingly.
True, absolutely. Adaptation is always the name of the game, and specifically the ones that come in those mid rounds. I would say BOYZ were able to just capitalize on the back of it, and that too really well. And Angelio on the AWP was popping off today. But a few rounds on the attacking side, he was able to take enemy down, and also when they went in on the CT side, just able to wrap up perfectly. Still, there were a lot of situations when close corners were not checked. So that's something that the teams will generally improve with time as soon as they get more experience. But this knife kill, I mean, you can say that everyone loves knife kill, and hey, it's me who's like, man, come on, don't knife. That's not the perfect way, but the shot definitely was perfect.
I mean, let's be honest, a lot of the times we did not even see the smokes being used properly. Even when they hit the B site, we're not seeing the smokes being utilized towards short. We're not seeing the market window being blocked. Everything was quite exposed, and they were still able to find their footing on the site. Even towards A side, we saw no smokes towards ticket booth, towards jungle, towards stairs. It was just a complete raw approach, even from PB and even from PX. But here's the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. A lone guy, 18 kills, 12 deaths, and 88 ADR. And then you're going to find Skofik on the opposite side, top fragging with 21 kills, 16 deaths, and 105 ADR. Angelo with 18 kills as well. And in my opinion, Angelo in the first half, he was the MVP.
He was literally top fragging at that point. It was just on the CT side wherein they kind of fell a little bit, but it's quite understandable. Sometimes you do have those jitters coming in, and it's always about the momentum, because they were not able to build a proper economy for themselves, and Team Paradox were able to capitalize on the back of it. And just as you mentioned, yes, a lot of mistakes, smokes not being used up perfectly, but at least they were going in with a few flash plays on towards the side. It was not just dry peek coming in. Even in the last round, they did not check the arches corner. Yes, that is true, but they at least used a couple of flashes. So I'm really happy about that. A lot of improvement is needed, but at least we are seeing some.
Hey, we're not exactly sure if the implementation's going to be there in the upcoming map as well, because as you mentioned, a lot of improvements are needed, and once again, improving on the fly is a little bit too tough. But let's hope that in the upcoming map, things will be improved a bit more. But for now, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. After the map of Mirage, now it's time for Inferno. And considering how Paradox has been playing, their winning chance on Inferno as well, they seem quite slim. Unfortunately for the side of PB though, we saw quite a lot of those chokes. Unfortunately, that led to a potential comeback that we could have seen from the side of Paradox. But I'm pretty sure in the map of Inferno, those chokes are not going to be seen, and PB will try to take things a little bit more serious.
We'll just have to hope for the things to go in that scenario and in that way, because we've seen Inferno coming in previously as well, and if I'm not wrong, it was right from the team of PKB, because we have seen them play on Inferno. 13-9 was the score when they were up against Team Mystic, if my stats are correct, and they were able to show a pretty decent performance on that one as well, and they ended a half at 8-4 situation. So I'm expecting the similar kind of performance from their side, but again, on the other end, you've got Team Paradox who will be looking for a redemption.
And speak of the redemption, especially, I mean, Paradox, after that initial, all the scuff they had, later on, they started to establish that little bit of comeback. So you can maybe say the momentum's still there in their hands. But unfortunately, them losing the game should definitely affect their mentals. But the players of Paradox, they had smiles all across their faces. While if you look at PB, there were a lot of concern on their faces. We don't exactly know how the upcoming map of Inferno is going to look like. But as I mentioned, statistically, PB should dominate.
That's going to remain the stats until they're changed. What's going to happen as banana control is going to be established. PB rushing up directly towards B.
Already 4 players. They're going to find the entry towards site. The players are tucked in quite a good manner. It's also a little bit of a crossfire with Coffin and the man behind default. But he still gets caught. Unfortunately, the site's now completely opened up, and Paradox, they need to find a way to retake. It's a 2v3 scenario. Site taken in the hands by the players of PB, and already the retake started. Angelo spots out both the players towards CT, and he's still going for the challenge. I'm not exactly sure how good of an idea this is going to be, and it's of course not a good idea at all. Angelo falls down towards the backside. Now the sites will probably be opened up, but the Glock up close and personal will find the value. And now the man looking for to back away towards Coffin. Dual Berettas in his hands. Will of course cause a bit more issues as well. And finally the peek comes through, and Skofik, he finds the line of sight.
He's hoping the dual Berettas to find a little bit of an extra success, but again, it's Glock shining up. How can a gun that you have mentioned not perform in the range like that? And it was a pretty good strafe as well coming in on the side of BOYZ. But on the other side, now since they have shown that they can go for a fast execute from banana towards B, I think so that control needs to be established. But Paradox seem to be stacking towards the A. What a gamble coming in from their side. Oh my god!
Yeah, well, all you need is one single bullet with the Deagle as well. And he finds that connection. Big shot. Skofik down. Sharpshooter catches one more man slacking up. Another man towards the apartments. Oh, he missed a lot of shots in the balcony itself, and he falls down. Second mid was up for takings for the CT, and now even the man in the front lines, he gets his hands on the Galil. That's a big gun recovered. And look at the amount of damage the players of Paradox have already dealt. It's a lot. Only 2 players up and alive for PB, while Paradox, they've only got 1, and this clutch is possible. I like the thinking as well. Smoke off the tree area and push all the way back towards CT. He's trying to pull off a little bit of a 200 IQ play. And Dynamite's now, it's waiting game for him.
If in case Ayan really wants, he can try and go in for the save. Dynamite. He's got the timing. Perfect one indeed. A good idea. Pushing up front. No one would expect that. Normally everyone would think both the players are playing together on site. There was a smart play coming in from the side of BOYZ out there. But Paradox, I would say, they kind of brought it a little too close. Was not expecting that to happen. Sharpshooter though. But this angle, it just seemed for a second that it was a lag moment coming in. He just stopped shooting after firing one shot.
He didn't stop shooting. He just missed all the shots.
That's one thing, but still. I hoped he could connect those shots because it could have brought him the weapon Nonetheless, we're going in with a very much default setup. 2 towards B, 3 towards A, and banana control given.
And already the take started. Smoke towards tree to block off CT. Dynamite now trying to creep and crawl his way on towards the site. Luckily for Dynamite, there's only one player, and that too right in the front. If the crosshair placement's going to be on point, Dynamite should be able to find the pick. But a lone guy, his crosshairs are trained. And he just steals Dynamite and backs away. Towards B, the push is anticipated, but still there's 2 players waiting towards the A site. And just waiting for the players of PB to step inside. I like the patient showcase from the side of Paradox, but that little fake towards the B they did, it did not pull out any rotations. There's still 2 players towards the A. Well, now make it 3.
Such a one and done angle by a lone guy.
Oh, here we go. Already got the boiler control. Now looking for the drop down in the pit. It's a good crossfire from site towards pit. But unfortunately, it's really not going to matter. Bloody just decimates through. He just smashes through that entire crossfire. And now the site control's easily taken as well. PB, some good shots on the skull. And unfortunately, Paradox, they just can't do anything. And now it's all
Those
down
are
to
right
Ackerman, a
peaks.
1v2. And now these guys can definitely try to just go for a double peek, shut them down easily. Once again, it's a crossfire. And I like this. From graveyard towards the opposite side. And now Ackerman just looking for to back away and just go for the save.
All those were dry peaks. Towards the A side, wherein they all
I know.
moved from short. All of
know.
them were dry.
And the funny part is, they knew that the players are probably going in to be towards pit. And they did not even use any
Exactly.
Molotov nor nades to try and soften the player up.
Exactly.
I mean, look at this. We didn't see a single piece of utility fly in. Did we see any flashes? I don't think so.
Nope. Nope. It was just once early on towards banana, wherein Paradox threw out a util. That is all. But again,
I
quite a
mean,
bit being used up.
it's a fight without any rules. It's like a street fight. Usually in like proper boxing tournaments or fighting tournaments, you see some rules, right? But this is a tournament too. But over here, the players are playing as if there's no rules applicable and they can just do whatever they want. And they are actually doing so and coming out on top somehow.
There's no punish on the other side.
Exactly.
That is the main problem coming in. Ackerman only one with the Hero M4 out there in his hand. A crossfire towards A, but that's not where the hit is going. Again, the banana control, and everyone will be taking the side control.
And towards the side, there's only one man stuck. And even he gets just taken down easily. Once again, I still want to focus on the previous round, considering this round was a complete eco. Now, of course, using the utilities on the fly at the last second is next to impossible. That's why in proper games, or not exactly in proper games, in different regions, for example, the regions that are much more advanced when it comes to the Counter-Strike, is that they keep on re-smoking the same angles. You've got at least 2 or 3 players on the same site. And those players just keep on re-smoking those same angles, and they keep on re-clearing the same angles, just to assure that the control's not taken away. But the re-smoke, the intel was just not seen. And that's why Paradox is just falling down. They're just crumbling apart.
And there's no as such fake coming in either in this round too. BOYZ, they're just walking in on the map, entirely dry, and they execute the side where they want to. Does not matter how many people are there on that side. We literally did see them in the round prior to the previous one, that they walked up banana, took the control of banana, walked towards the side, and then backed off from there. And then went in towards the start side, only to win all the duels out here in the open towards banana though.
Good hold. Good hold. A really solid hold from them. But once again, the major issue here is Ackerman's got no utilities left anymore. He pretty much just util dumped everything towards Banana off the bat. So that means to force out the utilities against Paradox, it's quite easy. All you need to do is just fake a hit towards one site, and the utilities will easily be forced out. And that's an issue. Good Molotov this time. It's going to stall the push for a bit more longer. Skofik able to find that. Molotov towards Pit as well in the back line. It's going to evacuate. It's going to force the players to evacuate Pit. Another smoke out to make sure that he's going to be able to make the entry inside of the site itself. Just directly fall on top of it. There's still a man towards Pit, and his position's compromised as well. But Engineer is just looking for to burst out. Unfortunately, Cheyenne goes for the reload at the wrong time. His hands were quite busy, and the A side falls apart. But it's still a 1v1. Ion and Sharpshooter, especially Sharpshooter being quite low. 70 HP, and Ackerman with all the 100 HP. Fake tap comes out, just trying to force out the player. But he's all the way in the back lines towards Archway. And now he's going to go for the peak too. There's a chance he's going to be caught off guard. Initial shots missed. And he loses that duel. Ackerman. He's going to be disappointed in himself. That's for sure.
Sink in first. That really was not what we all hoped to see. But I'm still surprised how our Park boys always ending up on a stacked site and winning out the duels. At least bringing the numbers equalized. Then there's 2 times in a row now that they've executed towards that site, and that is where the players are. Both the times you see 3 people stacking up towards A, of which one is either playing in headshot or towards the pit, and the other 2 are both playing in close cubby on site. And they are always in the line of fire. And that's the main reason why we saw in one of the previous few rounds and then the last round as well that they got a couple of picks, but oh my goodness, there's mid-brawl.
Blunder. Absolute blunder. But this push from Banana is good. It gives them a lot of control that they need. But this is not good. He went for the peek even though he knows that the smoke's being spammed while he should have just tucked in that cubby. So yeah. And because of that, once again, the man advantage now in the hands of Paradox. Or in the hands of PB. That's low and steady push towards Boiler as well. Cheyenne's completely ignored, and that's why he gets away with Engineer. But that's all he's going to find. Up close and personal. Good double peek from them. Sharpshooter. He knows there's another man towards Boiler, but he doesn't know exactly where. He does hear those gunshots, and now Sharpshooter looking for to push up close and personal, slowly and steadily. The re-smoke comes in. He's taking the fight towards Library, but he also look at towards his back lines. He finds the kill, isolates that one. 4 bullets in the mag. He needs to make every single shot count, and a lone guy, he strikes him down.
3rd round finally from Paradox. Park boys were getting away with daylight murder, and this time they were punished for it. And their aggression towards the Banana as well was stopped in perfectly. I would still say it. I wanted to mention how Banana control needs to be established for the team to go in and stack towards the A side. Because once you've got the Banana control, you know that there's no one coming to hit that part of the map. There's only just one way for you to hit. Until and unless, of course, you take the Arch's control entirely and move from the CT. But again, Banana push coming in from PB.
And Ashbourne gets away with 1. This is not too good for them. Sharpshooter being taken down. He's one of the best players that the lineup has to offer, and so far he's also got the most amount of kills too. Cheyenne, good return on the board. Dynamite shut down. A 3v5. And now the players of PB, they're definitely going to start to feel a little bit more uncomfortable, considering they lost the previous round. Now Ayan as well, just wrapping up from the back lines, doing so much damage with the FAMAS. He collects 2 kills. Unfortunately, Bloody, he does take down a lone guy, but he's taken down solo himself.
Another good wraparound coming in. Paradox now finally adjusting to the play of BOYZ. And that long range spray down worked out wonders for them. A couple of picks for Ayan. And on the back of that, they were just able to get another. Paradox themselves, they actually go in for a timeout. Now, this is something I was not expecting. Maybe a lone guy just trying to come in for a reconnect. He's the only one who's got absolutely no weaponries in their hand. But on the other side, though, now BOYZ need to do something different. Now, this is a map which is heavily CT-centric. We've already seen BOYZ take 5 rounds. I think so that's much more than sufficient for them, specifically on the T side. But on the side of Team Paradox, they really need at least 7 in their arsenal to maybe make something happen. And not letting the opponent take the banana control is going to be the name of the game. Just stop the push towards the sandbags. It's absolutely fine. Let them stay there, but still maintain the control of that one choke point. That's what they need to do every single time. And if there's some heavy presence towards banana, they can always ask for some reinforcements. Specifically, the player who's playing towards the archers can run down the speedway to support the side from triangle. While the other people, one of them can just hold mid, other one can play on the backside in pit, try and stop any push that might potentially come in from apartments. That's actually one of the simplest default holds that you can go on CT. But BOYZ, they've been just demolishing that entire setup only because of the fact that Paradox are just letting them run around the map freely.
I think so Paradox also has a boot camp. All the players are sitting right next to each other. Interesting.
Observing.
But considering the players of Paradox, they've also got the advantage, the weaponry advantage. They're probably going to come out on top. Over here, the players of PB, all they need to do is keep the economy humble in the hands of Paradox. Just try and deal as much damage as possible. But unfortunately, Angelo, he misses all the shots with the P250. And that's just going to help Cheyenne stay alive for even longer and keep on mowing down the lawns. I thought that they will probably try to do a bit more damage, but that's not the case. And Dynamite is going to find a quick... Oh my god, he sneaks up. Trigger discipline as well. He does not go for any shots, but unfortunately just does not work out.
I was going to get questioned so much. He was the one who crossed that part in the smoke. It is always so fun to watch these moments. There was an opportunity, but it was not taken away. No damage being done for Paradox. They're gonna be pretty happy on the back of that one, either ways. But yes, when Angelio actually jumped out from the apartments, I was trying to fathom what he was doing at that point. Just running, jumping, being a nuisance. Banana control not given. Paradox is the one who maintains it this time around. So we're gonna have a stalemate there for a few seconds. Angelio wants to go for an exploration. On the other side, 2v2 potentially brewing up.
Good nade. So at least it's going to instill a bit more of a terror in the opponent's mind. Angelo with the return. Strikes down Ashbourne. Another peek. Even Sharp taken down. These solo duels that are happening, I'm not a huge fan of this. And unfortunately, the players have just fallen down slowly and steadily. They're losing out on the man number. Another solo duel taken, where Skofik as well gets taken down. It just feels like everyone wants to make their own individual play. Everyone wants to be a hero. There's a reason why there's a role assigned for you guys. Someone's supposed to be the supporter. Someone's supposed to be the rusher. But unfortunately, everyone just wants to be the playmaker. And now there's a man quite up close and personal inside the smoke. He peeks out. Unfortunately, the kill does not come through. Bloody's got his teammates back. Beautifully done. Now they need to play together. Good peek on the first one. And Bloody, oh, he's the collector. He's going to collect all their souls.
Name says it all. Yes, all the solo duels being taken. And even after that, BOYZ were the ones who won the round. It was a 3v5. Yet they were able to come out on top. Ash, on the back of one of the flashes from his teammate, was able to take down the first win. But only after that, it was just a showdown of Bloody. Getting a 3k for himself in the previous round. And on the back of it, Paradox going in for a timeout. The best thing they can do is a 6-6 half. But their economy, they've got a solid amount of it. Should be able to full buy in this one. But at the end of the day, if you just try and look at it, they're slowing down the pace. But there's no plan of action as to what they want to do. Everyone on both the team, they're just going out exploring. They're trying to figure out where the players are. They come across one of their opponent. They take the duel. And then it's all just 50-50. Could go either ways. But I still like the adjustment that came in from BOYZ. Because on the back of the information that they lost on towards the A side and mid, they quickly decided to go for a B hit on the using the control of Banana that they had established early on in the round. So I like that late rounding play from their side. They can't just rely on it time and time again. It's a disconnect. We're going to have a rollback possibly.
Oh, wow.
Hello there.
A hand of friendship being handed out by Dynamite. And yeah, as usual, we're facing some tech issues. Some players not really able to connect back in. We're not exactly sure, but the players are facing some tech issues. I'm pretty sure the game's going to be resumed soon enough. But yeah, in general, for PB, with the way they've been playing, they're showcasing a lot of the confidence in their playstyle. And as I mentioned, there's a reason why there's roles designated to every single player. One's supposed to be the supporter, one's supposed to be the assaulter, and one is supposed to be the IGL. These are the designated roles that you've got. That means if you do play accordingly to the role, you will automatically play like a team. But so far, that's not the case. Everyone just wants to be the rusher. They want to be the lurker and get that info and also get the kills and be the playmaker, which is not possible at all. You just cannot win like that.
I mean, it's always down to a situation where it's a 50-50. You could win a duel or you're going to lose it. In the previous few duels, we were seeing Paradox winning that out, BOYZ not so much, and the few rounds went in for Paradox. And also the adjustment from their side, they were also able to establish that banana control. It always relies down to that. We've mentioned this point time and time again, that if on the T side you want to properly execute, you need to have banana control. And only after that will you be able to threaten a B push that gets one player away from the A. Especially the one who normally plays in arches. He will play around tree or maybe towards speedway based on the next contact. And then you can go for an execute, maybe a flood down directly from apartments with the smokes, nades, mollies, with the lineups. The lineups are extremely important, and I'm not seeing even a single one of them.
I mean, lineup's a whole nother story. We're not even seeing proper face-to-face smokes. There's so many lineups that you can use to clear out the cubbies, especially towards B as well. If you tuck yourself towards in the barrel and look up, there's a lineup you can line up, and you can toss that and clear out the closed cubbies inside of the site. The default will be mollied out as well. There's a molly for the coffin. There's a smoke lineup for the coffin, tree. Everything has a lineup. And if we see those type of lineups being utilized, then PB will be unstoppable. But that's not the case. PB are just straight up pushing in, even inside of the pistol round. Remember, there was a bit of a crossfire towards Coffin and the site in the close cubby. If there was a Molotov to flush out the player clothesline, and if there was a smoke towards coffin, that crossfire would have just never came through. There's so many of these ways that you can isolate the duels. There's so many of these ways that you can completely dismantle these set plays. But still, the T's are just not using those.
I mean, they are taking the isolated duels, if that counts. Jokes apart though, but still, yes, even I want to look forward to some util dumb plays at least. Those smokes, those flashes need to come on time. It's like after every 5 rounds, we're seeing one of the flash come in. But at the end of the day, I guess we've run out of the timeout. No, we haven't. Still have the timeout in play. But here's the thing. If Paradox really need to stop the push that Park Boys are making time and time again from apartments, they either need to establish the control of A long, wherein they're making sure there's no one peeking from mid or no one peeking from boiler. And if they lose that control, they've got to have a crossfire setup. Previously, you could play towards graveyard where you had decent amount of cover. Now you can't do that. You are either playing in headshot or you're playing in pit. And you just have to wait and pray for the player who's playing crossfire on towards the A site itself to help you out. But that does not always happen because all of those close angles are normally mollied or at least fragged out, so your players are generally flushed out. It becomes even more important to maintain the control of apartment. There are 3 ways to execute towards that A site, and you need to have control over 2 of them in order to shut down the third one. Is it just me? Or Dynamite's cam feed has been stuck?
Yeah, it has been. I mean, he's the one who is inside of the game, but someone else is disconnected. And it's Ashbourne who's not inside of the game for now. The stand-in. Maybe he's facing some sort of a tech issues, I'm not sure. But as I mentioned, all the players, or everyone is sitting on the same boot camp. They're sitting right next to each other, so I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. It should be fixed up soon enough, and I guess Ashbourne is ready as well. He's put on the headphones. He's got a smile on his face as well. That means he's probably connecting back inside of the game soon.
And you always love to see the smiles on the faces of players. It's important to have a good mood out there. Even though you're not winning the rounds, even though there are a few troubles here and there are a few jitters, it can always be brushed off with a healthy environment, with a good environment. And that's what you see on the side of being Paradox. Everyone just being super happy. And yes, I like those blue LED lights in the background. Guess I'm gonna have a few of them in myself too.
I'm not sure how big of a fan I am of that. I don't like to game in complete darkness, you know? I like to have light around me. Complete darkness, I feel like my eyes are too strained. It's not good for your eyes.
That is true.
Well, but the
Yeah,
man's
tech
joined in,
worse.
and the tech pause is going to be ending soon. Ashbourne's back inside of the game, and he's also got his hands on the up. Well, I guess Angelo is now going to have a bit of a competition inside of the game soon.
Good to see that. Dynamite as well. Now back in. Still on just a Glock. Safe from him now. He's going to have the Galil back in hands. And now we're going to move forward. After a while. Finally back in action. No attention towards Banana from PB, but what an aggressive push-up from Smash.
No casualties on any of the sides, so that's a good news. Good Molotov. Arch is smoked off. The players have already got the boiler control. The man inside the pit is going to have so much to worry about. Good evacuation. Good Molotov as well. But he still pushes out of the Molotov. Flashes as well to back it off. But Cheyenne now inside of the close pit. but he gets bought out too. Unfortunate stuff. Alone Guy and Ayan working together, getting that 2K towards the site. And now the players of PB, this entire push is starting to fall apart. Not that coordinated. One more man to go in the name of Dynamite. But I highly doubt it's going to be able to pull off anything.
The only time we actually saw Ashburn move was when the round started and when the round was finished. Every time the entire fight was being taken around the A side, he was holding the angle of Banana, and that is a very crucial information because it's giving the idea that there's no one lurking. So the player in arches can play up forward to try and take control of the mid. And if there's anyone pushing in boilers or mid, he will be the one to give the information. A very well-oriented play this time from Team Paradox, and they were able to hold that crossfire perfectly. Even though we saw a few flashes being used up from BOYZ, it did not work out well, and they are still on their eco. So this is a very good chance to bring this down to just the one.
Oh, it's a burst through the smoke. But the pistols still do find the kill. Equal casualties on both the sides, but the man's got his hands on the AK. Scoffy gets spotted and snuffed out. And now the man towards Graveyard, he's already made the climb. Good kill from the apartments. That's going to open the side up completely, and it's going to fall in the hands of the terrorists.
Oh,
Bloody
C4.
looking forward to overextend a little bit, but unfortunately the C4's towards Banana. Such a big blunder that was. PB, they're going to regret this one, that's for sure.
Not the prettiest shots out there, but at least they were able to hold that space. And now, since just as you mentioned, you can take the side control, but as long as the C4 has not its way on the side, it does not matter. Still got to hold a few spaces. Towards the scooter, sharpshooter's gonna jump down. No noise cue given, but Alone Guy is vigilant. He is looking in that direction because he knows a push might be possible. On the left now, sees the pixel of the place, and the wrap-up is perfect.
All of that, almost getting so close to win the round, but then the C4's all the way back towards the entrance of Banana, or maybe in mid. But you get the point. They were almost about to win the round as well. They could have done something new. Maybe all of the players just rotating in from mid itself. Maybe someone could rotate it from the B side and maybe go for the flank. Even that could have worked out. But yeah, a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas can be said throughout this entire tournament. But for now, the up enhances Ashbourne is not able to find a lot of the value that needs to be found. The man pushes up close and personal. Equal trades on both the sides. Smokes out as well. Catches a bit more hurt. The spam's gonna catch a little bit more. But Bloody just disengages from that fight in the nick of time. Good nade as well towards Boiler. Bloody softened up a little bit more. The man towards Pit is also compromised. But he's still just tossing out that constant utilities. And Cheyenne, even though he's blinded, he still gets that kill. He was blinded by his own flash too. Imagine if he would have been taken down right there. Would have been a big blunder. Backside, Alone Guy, in, and even he gets snuffed out. It's one of the most common angles to check. As soon as Alone Guy gets shot at, two players from tree. Looking forward to pull off some shenanigans. Here comes the boost, but he drops down. Scoffy hears that drop. Now he knows there's two players towards Coffin, which is not a good news for the side of Paradox. Even the man towards Banana gets spotted. Slow and steady retake from the side of Coffin begins. Angelo finds the first one, but unfortunately that crossfire from Banana and Coffins will find both the remaining terrorists.
That was actually a very good crossfire, and the wait, the patience from the player out in the Banana. Not giving a wide peek, just slowly jiggling left and right. That's all he needed to do. He wanted to stay alive to threaten that pinch, and he did exactly that. I love the patience that came in this time. Yes, early on in the round, we saw some quick aggression coming in, but I always like the double push, the double peek coming in. Because yes, even if you're traded, you know that your teammate will be getting that trade back. And that was brilliant from Paradox in the previous one, but they have got a mountain to climb. 6 rounds on Inferno. in attack, and that too in the second half. 7 to win, 6 to reach 12, and at least stay on an overtime. That's pretty difficult, I will say.
Well, at least Paradox, they're making this one competitive. And it's
True.
not like they've woken up a little bit too late. No, they're taking this series way too up close and personal. And as we mentioned, T-side on the side on the map of Inferno is a little bit too tough. So it's understandable. PB struggled, but you never know. Recently, inside of this region specifically, players have been feeling better on the T side.
I've always told you, right? Because the stats that are in NA region, EMEA region, they're entirely opposite from what they are in the Pacific region and the South Asian region. If your map is CT centric, they're gonna have more rounds on T. If it's a T centric map, we're gonna have more rounds on CT. It always do be like that.
Feels weird, man.
I mean, what if they are the ones who are moving in opposite direction? You may never know.
No. Usually, a map is decided if it's either CT-sided or T-sided by the layout. And
Yep.
how much advantage can certain side have when it comes to the map layouts? Either positioning themselves or tucking themselves in the corner, how many angles they have to hide, or how many angles can be abused, or how many crossfires potentially can be brought up. And that's why
True.
people usually come up with this conclusion that, yeah, the map is either CT-sided or a T-sided map. But considering this time we're seeing quite a slow and steady approach from Paradox. This is so unorthodox. You do not really see such slow and steady approach from a team like Paradox. Usually they're the one to press the W, just making it side of the side as quick as possible. But there's a smoke that's just denying the complete vision. A re-smoke, if it is going to be there, it will be even better. But the flashes and the push comes through. They've already found their entrance towards the site. There's a man just trapped in the backside as well, but he's still not able to find any of the headshot connections. But as soon as I say that, bloody, he finds a 2K. Solid stuff. The man towards the backside, he still does not go down, but a quick rotate from the side of PB.
An angle that normally always is checked was left unchecked by Paradox, and for some reason they were all just running and jumping, going towards the CT, towards the coffins. And I'm not quite sure why they did not actually take control of the site, because they did a perfect execute. They smoked off the tree as well, so no one was able to watch from that angle. They did not even have to care about the boost either. If I'm not wrong, the smoke was perfectly covering that spot too. But they just took way too long to try and execute the site entirely. That bloody who was just playing in the backside was able to flush all of them out with the cover of Angel Leo. The crossfire worked perfectly, and then the smoke faded off the tree. They were taken down. But right now they're looking to work towards mid.
But look at this. PB, they've learned their lesson too. They're not being over aggressive. Good find, Sharp, with a 2K as well. Needs to go for a fresh magazine, and he does so. Angelo as well with a 2K returns back. And now it's all down to Smashborn. It's out of the apartments area. And the MP9 up close and personal will seal the deal.
Just an MP9 in his hand. And that's where you want to play with the MP9. In the apartments, close. Not a long range fight. 3 MP9s being carried forward. A couple of M4s. It's still a pretty solid round. On the other side, you're going to see a couple of Galils, 3 AKs. In terms of utilities, it's decent, but I still have got no idea if it would be enough if they want to go for a fake execute, or if the first layer of execute is stopped. Couple of mollies being used up.
Utility pour towards Banana. The push was stalled. I don't understand why Dyna pushed up though. He should have just waited for his opportunity to strike. Bloody, he realizes the fact that the man in the back is quite softened up. So when he goes for that confidence peak, he should be able to get his hands on that AK as well. And that's what he does. Good re-smoke. Making sure that the players from the opposite side will not be able to walk in. A 4-on-4 scenario, but still in the favor of PB, considering the weaponries are better on the side of Paradox. He looks away at the wrong time. Unfortunate stuff. His teammate was going to flash for him, but he just looks away at the wrong time in general. The timing on that entire set play was wrong. Because of that, the entire site's now going to fall in the hands of Paradox. First man gets spotted though. Sharpshooter. He's done his job. The site's empty. There's 2 players towards pit. One man's holding the graveyard area. And the second one's looking forward at the arches in the library. A lone guy finds that connection. Sharpshooter, it's all down to him. Good Molotov. He saved it for the late usage too. But he runs out of bullets on that M1. And now pulls out the USP. And he just can't get a lot done.
It was a close one. It was a very close one. That was a pretty fun round to watch, I would not lie. Early on, yes. There was an aggressive push by Dynamite, but then good recovery. And this one last fight. Amazing molly coming in. That was a pretty unfortunate time to turn in the apartments too, yes. He wanted to go in for the re-clear on the back of the flash of his teammate, and as soon as he turned out, Team Paradox decided to show up. One of the most unfortunate timings you could eventually have, but Frag's gonna push off the smoke for a second or so. Bloody, again, having that control, realizing no one has pushed up front. Will be keeping the control of Banana, at least for now. It's a stalemate there, and on the other side of the map, we're seeing 3 people being invested towards the A from both the teams.
Oh, he comes out. It's a good one too, but this time it's going to be Ashbourne to come out on top. Good headshots from Ashbourne. Quick adjustments. Even towards Boiler, Dyna catches a man. Good stuff. There's a man already squeezed in really deep from apartments. And luckily enough for that man, there's no one really holding him off towards even Boiler. Dynamite falls down. Dynamite's got a 2K for himself, but this push through the smoke might just find some crucial openings as well. But he's taking too much of a time to flush himself out of that spot. But Sharp gets away with one, catches the man fading away, and now it's a 2v2 scenario. A lone guy in Ayan versus Bloody and Sharpshooter. And considering they know one man's on the site, he's went for a fake tap as well. Sharpshooter, he needs to still find the position for the second guy. But Ayan, he returns back with a kill onto Sharpshooter. Now isolating the situation to a 1v2. Bombs planted too. You can feel the nerves of Bloody. Bloody's been feeling himself so far inside of the game, but not inside of this round.
That was a questionable decision from Sharpshooter going in for that fight. Wanted to play a little aggressive, but that was not exactly the place you would want anyone to play aggressive, especially when it's a 2v2 situation. There was a possibility of a 2v1 isolation, and Sharpshooter wanted to play on that gamble. That was not a good decision at all. He should have waited for his teammate. What has been done has now been done. Again, Banana is where the push comes to show. 1-for-1 trade for now, but a long range. Oh my god.
Yeah, but
he's able to win with a pistol.
But trades still happen back and forth. Banana control's taken away. A 3v4, advantage in the hands of PB. And if they do win this eco, the entire circumstance is going to be completely different. Paradox so far, they've given a really tough fight to the players of PB. PB, they're just constantly on that struggling phase in the game. And now to nowhere, it's just down a Sharpshooter, but at least he gets away with the kill. And he's probably just going to go for the save. Going forward, this take is going to be way too much. So it's better to just go for the save, and yes, that's what he does.
What are the chances that we might see this game going on an overtime?
A lot of chances.
with the way things are going right now. Even I do seem that, because it's always 50-50. There are no 75-25, no 60-40s, 70-30s being taken by any of these teams. Yes, there are sometimes a few flash peaks. You might see a few set plays, but I'm not quite sure if they're working in their favor or not, because a couple of times I've already noticed they flash themselves and their teammates. The timing is just a second off. An extra bit of patience is what they need, and that might eventually help them.
Util dump on both the sides. The man's already pushed up, and he still does come out on top. Good flash. Ashbourne gets completely blinded, and that gives the man advantage for PB. Not exactly the man advantage, but man number neutralized. And considering it's a 4v4, PB, they can still look forward to winning this round. Paradox. Once again, the same approach towards A. Go for the boiler control, smoke out arch. Same classic approach, but this time there's a chance it can be capitalized easily and read by the players of PB. But so far, slow and steady approach. Both the teams taking their own time, thinking their decision through, and pushing through like a madman from the apartments. Make sure that you have a death wish. And yes, as I mentioned, all of the players just pushing out through the apartments like that. It's a one single doorway. You cannot burst through in that way. You will automatically be isolated. The players have to peek out one after one. And that's why they just get completely decimated. All the 5 players from the apartments. Once you try to do that, you've pretty much got a death wish.
And there were at least 2 people watching that one angle. There was no way all of them were going to miss their shots. Yes, that was not the best of the best decisions, but it seems like Paradox are now kind of running off ideas.
3 nades off the bat towards mid.
And
Just making sure that if the T's are going to be aggressive, those 3 nades would at least find a lot of kills. But unfortunately, the T's this time, they were being a little bit more safe. And look at this. Flood towards Arch. And the players are just able to clean it off on the back of the blocks. Somehow, Bloody, he's able to find it. 1 player crossing through. At the A site, it's going to be mowed down.
I like the way how they went in for that pop flash play and followed it up with a little bit more. But at the same time, even a better decision making by BOYZ, because they gave up on that space towards the arches and the player was playing way too far back and was ready with that spray down, the perfect mow down coming in. Because you normally, whenever are on an eco, you're not going to go for a split push. All of them are going to stick together like a pack. And that was the information that was also gained by the lurker coming in from BOYZ. They were able to understand the situation, but right now again, mid aggression, dynamite.
Dynamite and Ashbourne. And these guys are able to do a lot of work. But now it's a 3v3. We'll make that a 2v3. PB out of nowhere. Once again, they swing back in the advantage. And even another good shot from Skofik. Oh, he's starting to hit some insane shots at this point. Another spray, and he finds Ackerman too. Alright, Skofik, this man's woken up from the slumbers.
Did I jinx the overtime? That seemed to be the case, because Skofik is coming alive at such a point in time that he never really expected him to. And at the same time, we were seeing Dynamite pushed up so close in the apartments and was just slowly walking down. He went into the balcony, found the first pick, and then moved back down the boilers, threatening a pinch for the players who were pushing short. So again, a good play now. Banana aggression yet again. Oh, that is a good molly. That is a good molly.
Yeah, double nade, a Molotov, flashes as well to top it off. What can you even do? It's a complete death trap towards B Banana if you try to go there. Off the bat, maybe what you can do is show your presence so they can't flush out all the utilities and then move up. Then it can be a good move. Going in off the bat, just like that, raw, it's not the way to go. Scoffing burns down Ayan, and yeah, now the players are just straight up starting to fall out. They just can't handle themselves.
The 9 and 12. I had a thought in mind where I thought maybe either it's going to go an overtime or we might see a 13-9. And with the way things are going, I think so, a 13-9. Another rifle round. The last one potentially. If in case Paradox are not able to win this one, I don't know what's going to happen. And they've tried everything. They're just not being able to break through the defensive setup. Maybe the last thing again, going for a banana push, and it's going to be a massacre out there.
Oh, banana push this time. A quick 1-2. This man just fired all the bullets he had in the gun. Another Molotov. It'll stall the push for longer, but the players are so low. Look at Cheyenne on 1 HP, Ackerman on 9. If another man moves up and he decides to go for another spam, he will possibly find all the kills. And that's it, just like that. It's going to be the players of BOYZ to come out on top in that game, but still the first half was way too close. And you can clearly see the signs of worry on the faces of BOYZ. Even they themselves did not expect this series to go this competitive.
And both the series are went in for a 13-9, and if I feel it's basically become a standard scoreline for almost all the teams out there. It's either going to be a 13-9 or it's going to be a sheer domination out there. Because
well, I mean, you thought it was going to be an OT.
Yeah, but I had two thoughts. Maybe an OT or a 13-9. I wanted to go for a benefit of the doubt. I brought it as an OT.
I mean, somewhere down the line, I knew that BOYZ are going to be able to dominate this game, but dominate was a little bit too much of a praise, I would say. Maybe not dominate, but still somehow win the game with a bit of a cushion should be the right words over here. But unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players of BOYZ. They should have been able to dominate, but one thing is for sure, Paradox, they stepped up quite massively. They stepped up when they needed to. Even Ayan was able to perform so well. Even Ashbourne, a new stand-in, he was able to get a lot of kills for his teammates. And this crossfire too, as I mentioned, off the bat inside of the highlight too, you saw that crossfire. The only way to avoid that crossfire is a coffin smoke, and you just Molotov the close cubby inside of the site.
And even towards the B banana, we saw quite a few times when the aggression was brought in, but it was met with sheer resistance. When BOYZ were on their T side, they were getting free space over towards banana. There were most of the situations where a couple of players were playing back in the side, which is not exactly the perfect place to be at when early on in the round you want to grab info. But I would still say Paradox were able to step up, just as you mentioned perfectly. They were able to get a few rounds for themselves and make that half competitive.
Sharpshooter as usual, the consistent fragger from them, but Bloody in the game of Inferno, he was feeling himself, that's for sure. Angelo, in the first game of Mirage, he was able to get a lot of kills with the op, but then in the second game, Bloody has to be the MVP, hands down. He was getting some of those kills that were really essential. He was also the impact fragger, he was also the frontliner for his team, but then once again, a same mistake being repeated by these players. Pushing in all the players through the app doors itself. As I mentioned, if you're going to try to do that, all the 4 players or all the 5 players just pushing in inside of the apps and trying to burst on the site, you got to have a death wish. It's a strategy that's not going to be that viable.
Agreed. And with that, we've got the match board as well. Bloody, just as you mentioned, being on top, 103 ADR with 19 kills, 15 deaths. On the other side, you've got Ayan with 17-17 with an ADR of 86, closely followed by Ashbourne with 85.
I mean, Team Paradox, I'm just astonished by the surprise, by the performance that they've showcased. I'm completely astonished. But the MVP of the series, it's going to be the man, the myth himself, the young prodigy, Angelo, with 1.57 KD and the ADR of 187. And average kills per map is going to be 18. That performance, the absolute nuclear performance Angelo pulled off on the map of Mirage was definitely unparalleled by any other player. But then we've got the comparison between some of the best players inside of the squad. 1.11 KD ratio from the side of Bloody, and then Ayan with 1.03. In general, Bloody stats are a little bit better compared to Ayan.
Yes, but average kills per map, Ayan is the one who wins out on that trade. And it's just as you mentioned, it was not a situation where they had a massive domination, specifically the Park Boys, but they had a bit of a cushioning out there. That is true. But at every single point, there was a chance when Team Paradox could have made that comeback. But we're going to come back and see the leaderboard yet again, because we will see a few changes out there now. Park Boys on top, dethroning Team WahWah.
Exactly, as you mentioned, dethroning WahWah, a team that was dominating the competition. They still are, don't get me wrong, but Pack Boys, a 7-1 scoreline, a 7-1 win-loss ratio is of course going to keep them at the top with the round difference of 29. Still WahWah, they've got more round difference, but the points of 10. In general, Pack Boys, they've been doing a phenomenal job. Unfortunately, the series got a little bit too out of their hands. But once again, you got to give props to Paradox. They've showcased a lot of improvement on the fly. WahWah on the second, VRN on the third. Now, just keep one thing in mind. The upcoming matchup is going to be between Team VRN and CM. And Come Mid is one of those teams that have defeated the players that was just dominating the entire competition. It was the players of WahWah. So anything can happen. If a team's managed to dominate a team that was dominating the entire region, there's a chance that team can once again showcase the similar domination in the upcoming game. So anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, new set of teams will be duking it out once again for the upcoming series. Come Mid is one of those teams that has definitely astonished us by taking down one of the best teams that Pakistan division had to offer, which was WahWah. But now Come Mid, they're going to be facing against VRN, another team that is up and coming, that has came in from the open qualifiers, but these guys have been showcasing a lot of potential. Exactly. And then especially VRN, we saw this team play in the past as well once. VRN, they just demolished their opponents. They were playing against Paradox. Well, a while ago we saw Paradox play against BOYZ, but now VRN, as they're going to face against Come Mid, maybe that confidence that they gathered, especially when they faced off against Paradox and when they destroyed them, that can maybe transmit on forward inside of this matchup. But as we do see the lineup off the side of VRN in front of us, Abdur, Criminal, Trance, SR, Musab, especially we know what SR and Abdur are capable of. Abdur being the IGL, he still steps up massively when it comes to the IGL role inside of the squad, but then SR being the entry, especially on the CT side, wherever you're going to see SR and Trance on the one side just stacked up, you know that side's going to be on a complete lockdown. No one's going to be able to step inside of that site. Trance and SR, it's a deadly duo that you would not want to face up against.
That is indeed true. Again, this is one of the duo that has been working out for their side, and VRN, if you're talking about this team previously, they won 2-0 against the side of Paradox, and we've already seen Paradox. Yes, there are a few jitters here and there, but they are not that easy to defeat. On the other side, if you're also talking about their opponents Come Mid up against WahWah, winning out in a 2-0 fashion, that's not something that you normally would see. But I also want to look at what the veto would eventually look like, because both of these teams, they kind of have a few maps in common, but one thing that is also common in teams is going to be the way their IGL gives those call out, because Come Mid, they've got Soulmate as their IGL, and the way this guy likes to play around in those attacking rounds, I would still say it's kind of similar to VRN.
But once again, keep one thing in mind, HSB is a flex, so he can also take over the IGLing role if he wants. And HSB, he's got a lot of experience, so I'm pretty sure there is some scenarios, there are some instances where HSB is probably taken over the control. Soulmate as well, he's one of the experienced players out there. He has been performing with Soulmate for a long time, but once again, you never know. HSB, he's one of those players that likes to take the IGLing roles in hands, and I'm pretty sure mid-game or somewhere, he's probably going to be the one to make the calls as well. But in general, how can you forget about Sad But True as well? Even the last time when we saw him face off against WahWah, Sad But True was phenomenal. He was also able to get a lot of those numbers on the board. Yes, it's a whole nother fact that HSP was the one carrying his team in the back, and he was the one who was the most consistent performer, but still Sad But True was always there in the back lines.
There was always a time when Sad But True would somehow clutch up a round and would come out as the unexpected person. But what something could also be unexpected would potentially be the veto that's going to come in front of us right now, because honestly, I really do not want to see Mirage. We've seen a lot of Mirage already. I want to see some different kind of maps, so hoping it gets banned out, but Ancient and Inferno are the first two ones.
Ancient being banned out, Come Mid was pretty strong. They dismantled WahWah on the map of Ancient, so that's why off the pad VRN's going to go with the Ancient ban. But then even Come Mid with Inferno. Once again, VRN just taking off Vertigo. All the off maps are being banned out, and now once again we're back to the classic grounds. It's going to be Mirage and Nuke on the play. We saw the same veto being played for the first series of the day, and now it's also going to be the closure. Mirage is a map that's been sticking with the South Asians for a really long time, and once again, this is what the players of Come Mid would like to start off with.
It's understandable, because honestly, the map of Mirage, just as you mentioned, they have played a lot on it, and this was one of the map in which they won against the side of WahWah. It was a 13-8 scoreline. Yes, Ancient was also the second map, but Nuke is the one we have seen some jitters coming in from the side of VRN. If I'm not wrong, they've won once on it, and they've also lost once in their previous few matchups. So I'm still not quite sure if that's going to work out really well for them, but Mirage definitely is going to pave the way for the teams in this series, because if you're able to get the momentum on the map, then it should be possible for you to close things out on an easy note.
Here we go. Mirage is on the way, ladies and gentlemen, as VRN, they kick off on CT and CM on T. Abdur's going to be the man to watch out from VRN. Without a doubt, he's been stepping things up massively, but then you cannot forget about the duo of SR and Trance. Whenever you find these two players working together on a single site, you know the site's going to be on a complete lockdown. It's next to impossible to step up onto that site. But off the bat, we see some aggressive approach from VRN. They go for the underpass control. B side's going to be completely cleared out by them, and now they're going to have a lot of intel against CM. And CM, it's better to rotate away from them as well as quick as possible. And at least if it's going to be a quick hit towards A, that's just going to help him out even more. Musab's closing up towards the T-spawn, and now finally the players have started to evacuate the T-spawn and push on forward towards A. Oh no! Oh no! So many shots missed. That was a little awkward.
He actually connects one.
Yeah, but then Soulmate as well replies back onto SR. Still, there's a man up close in mid, and Soulmate is able to find some crucial picks. Now it's a 3v4, and considering the players of CM know their position's compromised towards A, they're starting to back away slowly and steadily. They're just taking even more time. This is the slowest pistol round I've seen so far.
True. We normally see some quick pacey hits towards the B side, and if it's towards the A, they normally get shut down. But very slow approach indeed, and now everyone's going to move in Palace Alley towards stairs to try and go in for the hit where two players are playing towards CT to stop it.
And HSB slowly and steadily clearing the corners, even under Palace being cleared out. There's going to be one man in mid, and Abdul finds the closure. Soulmate shut down. There's a plan towards the A side, but two players from Ticket Booth to work together. And it's all down to Rocky. He needs to hurry up as quick as possible. There's a man in underpass. Rocky finds the fall, but he's now smoked off as well. The man's still going for the stick on to defuse. Rocky needs to divert his attention, and he does so as well. If Criminal wanted, he could have still went for the stick, but unfortunately, Criminal, he just gets off of that bomb because his teammate gets taken down. I feel like Criminal was already sticking that bomb for a really long time. He could have came up with a defuse.
He should have just stayed there. He was milliseconds away from probably going in for a full defuse. Even I'm quite surprised as to why did he leave it. I almost thought that maybe he won the round for his team. Because again, the amount of map opening that Musab was able to do for his team, that was immaculate. And again, that's just so very close. Criminal, he might have just left it instinctively, thinking the bomb has been defused. That is unfortunate for them. But again, buying into this one, 3 Deagles in their hand. On the other side, AKs, Galils. It's going to be a one and done round probably for CM.
Probably. As you mentioned, 4 Deagles and 1 P250. That means VRN does not really want to play up close. They just want to go for some long-range duels. And already, CM, they've found the control towards mid. Once again, slow and steady push. They're taking their time in gaining that intel and then pushing up. But we're not really seeing a lot of smokes once again being used from them. CM, they're just pushing in quite passively, quite slowly. But the utilities are still not being utilized. Connector was smoked off. The smoke's going to fade away. So that's a good news. And the site's now going to start to fall in the hands of CM. It's a slow and steady dismantle from them. And even the last man towards Palace gets spotted and shut down.
Got a couple of players now down towards the B side as Bomb is making the way towards a slow and steady approach from mid. And I understand that's a good decision. They had the good buy, so they wanted to take those long range battles out in mid. And as soon as they saw there was no retaliation, no aggression, they realized that it could potentially be a stack. So they had to work slow, they had to work calm in a collected manner. And they gave the cover to their teammates. It was absolutely phenomenal. Couple of Deagles in the hand of Musab and Criminal. Now would want to save it. Maybe not, as Bono is out for the hunt. Gets one. Wants to double it up as well. Slowly, as the other player is now playing in market. Soulmate slowly creeping up ahead. Bono from the archer. Should be a wrap up. Yes, it is going to be.
Yeah, Pumps is called with a lot of lead. Once again, just to let you guys know, we're not seeing executes, but we're just seeing slow hits. And considering these are slow hits, it makes us feel like these are executes. Because they're also clearing the angles quite systematically, I'm not gonna lie. But we haven't seen a proper use of smoke. Now they've got some decent utilities on the board. Maybe now we can see something else happen. Already there's some smoke, there's block the vision. Good smoke, it's going to be this time we're finally seeing some good smokes being utilized. And now it's going to be a quick pacey hit towards B.
That is such a good shot from Soulmate. Double it up as well towards Arches. Only Abdur was able to take him down back towards the benches, who finally was shut down. Market control still not established. Adbetru realizes there's one player. Moves up ahead for that smoke. And again, Bono. Long range fight. Not the prettiest spray, but that is such a massive utility usage. With the molly to block off his exit and a frag to chunk him down. Bono was just able to get that knife out on time, and that is the nastiest knife that we have seen in quite a while. Seems like something you don't always see daily. But the confidence on the members of CM this time around. You give them space around mid, freely they will take that space. And that was the reason they were able to execute towards B. Controlling the entire cat and then moving towards Arches. That's a B split right there. You cannot stop it by just standing put on site. You'll be burnt down from multiple directions. So the adjustment from VRN is there. Now they're trying to control mid. Couple of players playing in from the connector. Rocky made the first contact and now slowly is backing off. Knows the enemy has got pistol. They'd be liking to double it up, and Rocky gets the first one as well. Right on the skull. Musab taken down. Ooh, some good trades coming in. On the back of Abdur's flash, SR was able to take one, only to be traded right away. Abdur. And Bono. There's a gap in the smoke though. The Molotov is going to push anyone playing the back. That is actually a very good molly in the nest. Bono still maintains that mid control. Making sure to threaten any push. Sad but true. He's taking the space towards the side. Criminal. Making sure he gets the bullet in the head. Oh my goodness. Rans, the lurk. Could have found the timing, but Bono has the better weaponry. And they should be able to take control of the A, because look at the amount of space Rocky has created. Playing right in the nest. Should be able to move ahead, but his lurk is also being anticipated. Good. Creeping away. The both have made their cross, and this is the perfect timing for Rocky to move forward and get both of them in the back. Spray down comes in. Bono gets one, and there should be a perfect wraparound. They're just getting the second one as well to the Galil.
Yeah, CM, they're just making it look too easy at this point. And I told you, Shai Shanu, you had second thoughts about this team, but I told you, CM, they are indeed a promising lineup. They've got one of the best players that region has to offer. Every single player in this team, not every single player, but at least 3 of them, they've been competing in the CS competitive scene for longest time. So yeah, they've got a lot of experience, and I knew this team's going to be packing a lot of punch as well. And look at the way they're playing so far. We're seeing quite a systematic approach towards the site. This time, Sadbatru is the only man who's pushing up inside of A. But now the rest of the players just moving up towards the short. Rocky as well's found control towards ladder room. And the rest of the players, they've backed away, making the CTs think that there's no one towards short. But one man's already squeezed in towards the ladder room. They're trying to give him that good position. And let's see if there's going to be any type of conversion or not. Musab is still looking in that same direction. But the man towards ladder room, he's still got his crosshairs trained. Slowly and steadily, once again, the players starting to make it out towards mid. There's one man towards the A side, which is going to be sad but true. And now Rocky just went for one single CT to overstep and make a mistake. But so far, VRN, even they're playing this one quite disciplined. They're not overpeaking any of the angles, just waiting for the terrorists to fall in their crosshairs. And as soon as that keeps on happening, everything's going to be good. A missed Molotov from Sad But True, and it's of course not going to be that great, considering now it's all down to Rocky. It's a 1v5. SR's taken down a bit low, but it's still not gonna matter. Musab finds the off connection, and now the man's barely alive on a sliver of HP.
Run, boy, run. You've got to save your rifle. But how long would you be able to do that? 11 HP in hands. He needs to hit those nasty headshots. And he's already got 2 players to worry about. One long, one close. Who's gonna take the fight first with? And the person who was lurking behind him gets the first pick. Criminal. Well-oriented approach coming in from VRN this time. And yes, those missed utilities are going to hurt. Come mid. Not a bit, but a lot. There's a few of those AKs have also been stolen away. VRN. Perfect approach. It took them quite a few rounds to adapt to the playstyle of Come Mid, but now they have adjusted to what they are trying to do time and time again. Even though they were able to give the space up in the ladder room, they made sure they've got the control of the apartments, and that's a great thing to start things off.
Oh, the amount of utilities that was being forced out towards mid to gain that fake control. And now all the players just looking forward to burst in towards the B side. Another good Molotov. It's going to separate the push for a bit and also stall for a bit more. The players have already flooded inside of the site, and still somehow Rocky and HSB, they find the first 2 picks. This is insane. VRN, they never saw this hit coming in, and then the Opera just pushes out from the smoke. What a big mistake that was by Musab. He wanted to catch someone off guard, but then he just gave an isolated duel to the opponent. And now it's a 2-on-5. It's better to just go for the save, and that's what the players of VRN are doing.
Hans is the guy who has been stepping up for a while now. His arm is seen. Shots being fired, and Trans wins it. Actually a pretty solid fight that he was able to win. The M4 in the hand. Now he's got to be worried about the other players who will be lurking up to try and figure where his position is. He's got to be as good of a mole as he was. But even I was pretty surprised. Even though a lot of fake mid presence was being established by Come Mid, if I'm not wrong, Musab was still able to have that control of the sniper's nest, which should have given them the information that it's entirely a fake. Any hit could be coming in either towards B or A, and that to a PC one. B was the side where hit came through, but there were absolutely no Molotovs being put in the apartment. There was a frag grenade that was used up, but it missed the mark and it went directly back towards the van. And the player himself played it towards the bench, was taken down.
Off the bat, SR looking forward to be aggressive. That's how SR likes to play. Likes to go for the aggressive peaks. He gets a 1-for-1 trade. There's still an Opera in the back lines, and Musab replies back with one more. Solid stuff. A 3v4 on the makings. And now Musab just falls back towards CT. There needs to be a smoke and a proper execution. Smokes out towards connector to block off the line of sight for the players that are trying to move in from the short. And there's a man already tucked in towards the stairs. This is not good. CM, they found too much map control and too much site control. Jungle still not smoked off. It's uncleared, but there's a man looking towards jungle and connector. Sad but true. Shifted his focus towards jungle. CT's completely exposed, but there's a Molotov to block off for a while. Instead, they execute. The retake begins. Angles being cleared out. 1-for-1 trades happening on the map. A man towards Tetris gets spotted. HSB still up and alive, and he's now going to be the one to hold off this entire retake from this defuse happening. And yeah, HSB is going to be the one to come out on top.
The man with the experience, always stepping up. Nonetheless, 1v2, not a favorable fight, but he still was able to isolate both of those duels. Because one of the players was just going in for that stick. SR was able to get 1-for-1. Musab was the guy who made sure that the numbers were in favor of his team. But connector is always going to be a place you've got to be worried about. And if the player playing there is HSB, you need to be going in for that double peak. Giving him 1v1s is just a death wish. But oh my god, Archers.
Yeah. Mistakes. Similar approach over and over again. possible, but then the same mistake being made by SR. Trans was in the back lines. SR thought that Trans is watching his back, but unfortunately, Connector has been abused. And now, Musab from the CT misses a nade as well. Unfortunate stuff. Sad but true, he's got a lot of control. And as soon as it peeks out from the net, he should be able to get one more. And yes, he does. One kill in the hands, one more man towards short. Sad but true. His entire team's hopes and dreams, they rely on him. Molotov towards short. Sad but true thinks that now short is at least going to be delayed for a while. But the man reveals his position. Soulmate and Sad but true, they peek out together and they shut him down. Up in the hands of the man who's walking out of CT, but not anymore.
What a bait. What a bait by Soulmate. Tapped on the bomb, and Sad but true was the one who was watching that angle. And as soon as the upper wave made his way, he was just taken down. And yes, this was a moment where SR thought maybe Trans was watching his back. But there was a gap in that timing. 7 and 1 come mid. They're just showing a super solid attacking side on this map. We saw this was the kind of performance. Oh my god, Trans, that's not the good way to peak.
HSB. It's really getting tough to take down HSB. And once you take down HSB, CM's firepower drops down drastically. So he's kind of like the main playmaker for them. He does not spot him at all. Musab might just still have the advantage. Unspotted, unchecked. He's still sitting on top. HSB spots him out, but too late. Musab, he finds a direct hit on the skull. HSB shut down. And now to nowhere, this 3v4 seems possible. Only if one more Deagle haircut's found. But this might just be too much to ask for. The C4's lurking in towards the A side slowly and steadily. And A side's completely vacant. It's probably going to fall in the hands of CM soon.
Just because they lost HSB up in Palace, and he was the only one playing there. We hadn't thought maybe the hit is going towards B side, and that was the exact idea. Center, come mid, wanted them to have. They're gonna take that space, long range fight, criminal shots not connecting.
Not connecting.
Just a small ding
towards mid. And now his job is to take down the man towards short. Rocky's position's uncontested, so yeah, it shouldn't be that tough. But the players are now slowly and steadily starting to flood on the site. Man towards Palace. It's got a nice little crossfire going on. But I'm not gonna lie, BRN, they're making this round really close. Last man's way too softened up. He cannot pull this clutch off anymore. And he's trying to go for the save onto that AK. And Musab should be able to save it as well.
I doubt that. Is he out of the range? Because if he is, then he is in the range of the fire for Soulmate. Yeah, they're gonna try and go for the double peek. Oh, he ran backwards. That was a good flash from him to bail out his exit. Otherwise, he would have been taken down. Now, the confidence on HSB, isolating both of the duels. Now, yes, there were mistakes from VRN, but still, HSB connecting those shots was one of the main priority.
Fast approach.
Rush towards B.
One man towards mid as usual. Probably has to be sad but true as well. He's the one who's been lurking around for that team. So CM, up till now, the strategies are working pretty fine. 8 rounds on the board. Back to back, they've won 7 rounds. Impressive stuff. The yop in the hands of Musab was being a little bit of pain in the foot for a while. But not anymore. Now they're looking for just flood out from that site. Abdur does find one burn kill, but that's all he's gonna get. Criminal on the site is single-handedly trying his best to hold this push off, and he has done so as well. But Bono, he finds a quick haircut towards bench, and now the site's gonna fall in the hands of CM, or almost does. We're still waiting for Sad but True to recover. And he's still towards short.
2v2.
True is making his way slowly and steadily to the side. Unfortunately, Bono gets caught when he tried to jump down, and True's position is uncompromised. He finds the kill towards bench, and Trans is inside a market. C4's dropped on the side as well, and True is way too low. He's got a decent amount of time, and that's why he's playing on it.
But if he's going to peek in from the same angle, he will be taken down. Yep. It was Trans understanding that True was playing slow. He wanted Trans to peek. He just repositioned a little bit so that True had many more angles to check and was able to find a perfect timing on the back of it. But yes, that frag and Molotov, it was absolutely perfect from VRN. And on the back of it, they were already able to take 3 people to such a low HP that even checking those angles was going to be very difficult for them unless they were able to just get those headshots, which was just not the case. Mid control that time was in the hands of VRN, and on the back of that, they were able to stop the push. So they'll be looking to repeat the exact same thing again. SR playing in mid, smoked off though, sniper's net, so Musab is going to op on towards Palace. Just a small reposition.
SR, as I mentioned, if SR and Trans are working together, it's tough to take the side away from their hands. But so far, the slow and steady approach has been hitting them hard. And even SR and Trans aren't able to do anything. Yeah, the previous round was won. Oh my god, no way both of them lose out in that duel. But at least the trades did happen. So I guess that's good news. HSB needs to be taken down, but he still wins that duel. HSB, I highly doubt if we try to see how many duels he won, the number's going to be insane. Oh my god,
what
Rocky.
a nade.
Quick taps. Even the nade was good. Rocky able to find the tap as well. 1v2. The man is known towards jungle, and Abdur is falling into the trap slowly and steadily.
We're going to get the plant down as well. Just some extra bit of gold back in their pocket. 9 and 2. Chance to get a 9-3. Because the economy on the other side is not decent. They could barely afford some Kevlars and rifles, along with just some basic utility. So nothing to delay, or if they delay, then nothing to retake. It is going to be problematic, and come mid were the ones who got that mid control in the previous round. A late mid push worked out well, and then they got the connector control only to push from main and connector. Rocky though, playing in the off angle, realizes there's some might be playing in the underpass. Abdur.
Oh my god.
P9 in hand.
Soon. Collision's gonna happen. Rocky. Yeah. Classic AK advantage. Unfortunately, the man just had a MP9. It really just doesn't make a lot of sense holding angles with SMGs in my opinion. You always gotta be the one to peek, because you are probably just gonna be running and gunning with that thing. And yeah, HSB from the aim edge, slow and steady clear, finds SR. A crucial big man taken out of the game. And now Trans and Criminal. Let's see how many more criminal activities can be stopped by them. Because Soulmate, this man's like a creepy ninja, just keeping inside of the sight. But Trans, he still turns back and finds a 2K. Impressive stuff from him. All by himself on the A side. He's still holding things off, but not anymore. HSB from the same A main, he still finds Trans. And now Rocky towards short, he shuts him down. Beautiful stuff by the side of CM, making the first half 10-2 a completely one-sided half, but still the slow and steady approach has been quite immaculate. They're just keeping the opponents in a complete guessing moment.
VRN had absolutely no idea where the hit might come from, and once they lost the numbers, they had no map control. Now the entire game relies on the lineups and map control. If you do not have it, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and that is what happened with Trans as well. He was winning the fights towards connector, but he can't always keep on checking all the angles that he's open from. He was open from stairs, HSB found success previously there, and he doubled it up as well later on. So BRN now taking the timeout, which they should have taken at least 5 or 6 rounds ago. Maybe a little too late, but you can start things off on a solid note. It's a pistol round. Always sets the momentum for you. You win this one, you got the advantage in the next, and suddenly, after just a couple of more rounds, the comeback seems possible.
You know,
Well, that is if the players do have the confidence.
usually I'm the one asking you a lot of questions, but there's a map that I miss a lot. And I'm pretty sure everyone, the viewers, the chat, everyone misses it as well. I'm talking about Cash. I miss that map. I wish it's going to be back in the competitive pool soon. I want to see it back in CS2.
Start a
Just wanna play
petition.
it. It's fun. It's really fun. I miss it. Oh, but this time, quick take on the T side. VRN. They've already found the entrance towards the A. A good tap in the head from the back. But then Bono as well just slaps SR down. Towards B as well, there's going to be a take. A lot of shots missed initially, but then later on they do find the proper connections. And Bono and HSB, they single-handedly are like an impenetrable wall to the B site. And they just keep the B site anchored down.
3v1, Abdur. The only space that he can work with is the apartments. That will be watched out too. No utils, no Kevlars, absolutely nothing. On the other side, we've got all 3 players with Kevlars. It's going to be difficult to try and hold it off. And HSB again. This guy's experience is paying off so very well.
I don't know why. It looked really funny to me. Abdur was like, throwing utilities, taking shots. He looked like that hero who's causing a lot of troubles to the villain. But then out of nowhere, Nate comes in and he just gets blown up.
Say it. It's sad but funny at the same time. That is
Sad
true,
but
but
true.
a quick hit. Sad but true.
Yeah.
And funny.
Oh. Well, that's not funny. Or Bono, because this time he's the one who's caught a bullet to the dome. Eco rounds. I mean, it's starting off on a great note, and yeah, as usual, MP9, all we need to do is just W key. No, there's no point in just standing still. Just W key up. I mean, they already retake started. It's a 2v2 still, though. The players have given a tough
1v2.
fight, but CMs, they still managed to pull things back. So that's good. Abdur gets his hands on the MP9. Oh no, this can be the destructive force that Abdur was looking to get his hands on. I'm being a little bit too optimistic at this point.
Yeah, way too much. It's a long range fight out in mid. Rocky should not lose this one until and unless he makes a massive mistake and he moves backwards. Understanding he was just buying time for HSB to go for that lurk and finish off Abdur. Catching him off position. That's a 12-2. Not the way I was hoping Mirage would go, but at the same time, with the confidence that Commit are having on the back of the game they won against WahWah, I was expecting this kind of performance.
HSB, he's got some nice skins. Bono, the entire team of CM has got some cool skins. Oh,
There's a gap in the smoke.
Interesting. Got a little pixel angle through the smoke. Unfortunately, couldn't get anything done. But he's still playing for the intel. Palace smoked off once again. Nicely done. There's a man towards underpass. Mid control's taken away. So CM, the only things they've got to work on are the sights. Even Nest can be taken away soon enough, but there's no one looking forward to jump inside a Nest, so that's a good news for CM. As long as Nest is in their hands, they've got no worry of being backstabbed.
Bono's got to check the angle a couple of times. You already see a player trying to jump up. Oh, Bono.
Oh no. Bono falls prey. Soulmate under Palace. He catches the man in the front. The players are now starting to take a lot of damage. HSB in an off angle. It's sad but true. What? There was no way he's trying to do that. He was trying to pull off a Stewie 2K, but then he forgot. It's CS2. HSB is the only man left alive in a 1v3. And yeah, it just can't be done. It's better to go for a save. Third round on the board for VRN. No way, right? We're going to see the same stuff happen once again, where a team is on the 12th round and they're just not able to win that one single round.
I don't think so. That's going to be the case.
Oh, if this
HSP,
happens...
he might not directly go for a save. If he isolates one more duel, but does he anticipate a player on his right? Nope, he does not. Trance finds the off angle, finishes him off. AK in the hand, does not mess up. Trance could potentially be the anchor for VRN. I'm being too optimistic this time, but I still think the comeback might be possible. If in case the way SR is popping, Trance Abdur also start to do the exact same thing. But yes, their executes, I'll be honest, they kind of look a little bit sloppy.
Oh,
The one that execute was the one in mid. Oh,
yeah. A skull-cracking shot. Trans already opening things up. Criminal. Oh my god, he's going to find a 3K. I can already tell. All the three players moving in towards main. Criminal, they have snuck past him, and Criminal's got no clue. There's a big flank on the way. Bono's on the side, so he can be the big distraction that the players of CM need. And there's a chance they can probably cut off this entire rotation as well. Abdur's position compromised. Abdur's the man who's got the C4 on the back. So Abdur cannot afford to die right here. Abdur needs to go back towards the side, but he's getting chased down, and his teammates need to provide him that cover that's needed. And Abdur finally he escapes the trap. He escapes the death itself, and he just moves inside the side and will probably go for the plant. Ooh, nice shot.
wait a second. Okay, the retaliation is there from Trance. Is able to equalize the odds. 1-for-1 trade in the long range fight. A tap on Galil by Musab, only to fall in the hands of Soulmate, who can grab that weaponry. 1v3, surely he cannot clutch it.
Nope.
Surely, right?
Oh, it's happening. The same thing's happening. Where a team's gonna be on the 12th round, and they just... Oh my god, wait!
Oh.
Is he trying to pull off a ninja?
Ninja?
No, but the players panicked so hard. VRN, they panicked. They definitely panicked when they heard that tap.
I thought... First, I thought that he might try to isolate the duels. I saw the time, and then I saw everyone moving away. I was like, nah, he cannot pull this ninja off. 2 HP clutch, that's not happening. Trance knew better. He was ready to go in for that. But at the same time, again, I'm liking the way we are now trying to play. Yes, previous one was a save for come mid, and that was a triple push downstairs. But at the same time, good work by Abdur to keep his life. And again, stairs aggression coming in from VRN.
From the main, once again, slowly and steadily, systematically clearing out the angles. Under Palace cleared off as well with the Molotov. Now they at least know that there's no one towards Palace, but with those shots, he gives his position away. There's a FAMAS in the hands of Soulmate. And that's the only gun the players of CM are playing on. Rocky pushes up close and holds that close angle with a 5.7. I'm not sure how much of a value you can actually find with that gun. But he's also cleared out main, and that's why he's got that extra bit of confidence that there's no one towards the A main side. But VRN, they've backed away towards A. Smokes out. Stairs will be smoked out this time. So at least peeking out from the Palace as well can be somewhat of a safer side. Good smoke towards main. The smoke's going to fade away. Then we'll find some more line of sight. It's out of the sight. Connector cleared out as well. And just like that, the site's going to fall in the hands of VRN.
Oh no. Trying to find one, but SR should be able to close things up with the angle he's standing on. It's a good headshot coming in. Sad but true. Can only try and do some economical damage on the members, that's all. Maybe he would not be allowed to do that either. Alone in stairs. Now VRN, since the time that they have slowed the pace down of the game, they have been getting quite a few rounds. Yes, a couple of them on the back of the eco. That's about it. They're still trying to find the space around the map. They are trying to take control of the space away from the members of Come Mid. And it's working for them. And I love the way how they're not just going for those dry peaks. Even if there's a smoke in front of them, they throw a frag out so that the smoke dissipates for a few seconds, give them the view if there's anyone playing close. They're using the utils to clear out those close corners. Just a few usage of flashes as well that I really want to see from them, but this gun round is going to be pivotal.
Yeah, and Op's already out. Oh, but that shot, he gives his position away, but Trans, he still finds Rocky. Soulmate's able to reply. Back's not taken away just yet. A good mow down, but the man pushes in deep through connector, but he gets caught instantly by the bullet of the Op. And now he knows he's also getting pushed on by the one senior Manzul who's in the front lines, and Bono, he connects that crucial Op shot. And just like that, it's going to be Come Mid to come out on top in that game of Mirage. Now the upcoming map is going to be Nuke, where Come Mid, once again, they have proved themselves in the past.
That was a nice shot coming in from Bono. A really good one indeed. Zoomed in a little bit extra, and the way he just backed off from that fight, realizing his team is in an advantage of a 2v1, he was able to pull off a good pick onto the connector and then giving the advantage and the leeway for his team, because realizing now there's only one player towards the side. That was actually a very solid play, but
Yeah.
all in all, a good map, and not just a good map, it was a mowdown from the side of Come Mid. Let's be very honest.
It was a systematic mowdown. It was not just a mowdown, it was a systematic mowdown. They took their time in executing the sites. Not exactly the executes, but they took their time in slowly and steadily dismantling every single part from the opponent's body. And they were just getting those rounds slowly and steadily. Once again, I would like to point out something from the history. So when PKB played against C-Mid, Nuke was also being played in that series. And PKB 2-0'd C-Mid. Even Nuke was lost in a complete one-sided affair, so we never know. The upcoming map
That's
for
true.
Nuke can be a big glimmer of hope for the team that's currently facing the players.
I mean, that's one thing to do, right? But at the same time, you've got to fix a few things, just like I was fixing my hair as well. Come Mid have been fixing the way they have been playing all those previous maps. So I really want to see what they've cooked up for the Nuke as well, because on Mirage, I thought that maybe it would have been possible for them to get a fluke on WahWah, but this kind of performance, the way they've shown us, the way they can go in for those executes, that was not a fluke. That was a proper understanding of the map's mechanics, and this leaderboard shows us exactly that.
Sad but true, unfortunately. It's quite sad but true for him, but he's the bottom fragger for his team. But hey, as long as your team's gonna win, that's all that matters. This time, SR and Trans, once again, they're currently at the top of the leaderboard, but still, they were not really able to bring out that many flashy plays as they did when I saw them last time face off, I think so, against Paradox. So, once again, SR and Trance, they have been doing what they're supposed to do, but Criminal was the one who sort of lacked in that previous game. HSB, this man is still unparalleled. He's unmatched when it comes to his gameplay. Once again, 2.11 KD ratio with the ADR of 109, and average kills map is going to be 19. The amount of 1v1 duels this man, HSB, has won, it's incredible.
The fact that you can see that he's basically getting 2 kills before he's taken down clearly shows you that he takes 3 1v1 duels in which he wins 2 of them. And one of them is always on the back of the utilities by his teammates. So it's always fun to watch him. He was showing the same performance even yesterday. And I'm honestly looking forward to what's going to happen on Nuke, as we will be back after this short break to see the action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a complete demolition on the first map of the series, now it's time to move on forward to the second map, which is, of course, going to be an interesting one because we're back once again towards Nuke. Come mid after completely demolishing the first one. One thing is for sure, VRN's mental, it's not going to be that great. They will still need to try and recover, move on forward in the upcoming map with a complete clean slate. But this map of Nuke, as I mentioned, it can be a big ray of hope considering the first ever matchup the players of Come Mid played, they pretty much got demolished by PKB.
That is correct. And there's also this thing, the winner of this match will retain the spot at least the third position. Might be possible that Come Mid, if they win this one, they could potentially dethrone WahWah from the second place as well. But we'll have to watch that later, as again, Nuke is going to be the map. And it's going to be CM on the side of counter-terrorists, while VRN on the T side.
Are we going to see a pacey hit once again, or slow and steady hit? Because if CM was on the T side, one thing is for sure, the hit will be quite slow and steady. Moving in towards the site's going to be tough, especially the next piece holding the close quarters with a dual Berettas. It looked like that could have been a potential big mowdown, but unfortunately it's not going to be. Soulmate all the way from the back lines is able to work in so well, and he's still getting so many kills flew up. Already he's managed to secure a 2K for his team, and then the rest of the teammates come in and they clean things up on the site.
Ono and Party were definitely able to clean things up, but I loved the movement from SR. The way he just dodged all those bullets, it looked so freaking cool. I will not lie. The first one, that was amazing, but look at that one small sidestep and then again a reposition. That was absolutely brilliant. Yes, it was a mow down on the side after that, but I mean, come on, we're here for the good moments, aren't we?
You got the point. Deagle on the board. VRN, after getting completely punished for making that push from her hut. Soulmate especially was the big playmaker for CM. He got that 3K or 2K, something like that. But those 2 kills that he got on the site just completely dismantled that push. Sad but true. There's a chance he might just find a friend right next to him. He's not looking to the right. And it's just making me really anxious. Players in the front lines. And a quick spray transfer. Also finds 2 deagles on his hands. All the 3 players, all the remaining 3 players are actually in the outskirts. But a good shot from Aptor. The M1's gonna fall down. Sad but true, looking forward to wrap around all the way from the back lines and catch him off guard. And he's actually gonna be able to pull that off as well. They're completely distracted fighting in the front. First found, second one as well follows up. And now the dual Beretta's pulled out.
Ono just finding a perfect timing to beak on the back of contact of Sad but True, doubling it up as well. Again, a good mow down coming in, but this spray transfer, my goodness. I never anticipated Sad but True would be able to pull that off, but hey, he's feeling it on this map. Seems like Nuke is basically his home. And they've got to now change things up. VRN on the T side. This is a T-centric map. I was expecting them to have the advantage, but it just seems CM are carrying forward the momentum, and so is Soulmate. Look at how far he's pushed.
Up to. I was not a big fan of his push in the first place, but he at least got one before getting taken down. So I would say that's a positive trade. Up in the hands of Bono.
They're on the CT side.
Up in the hands of Bono is going to be a big full stopper. And look at the amount of control the CTs have come mid. They have established a lot of control. And if they just keep on controlling this entire part, the terrorists cannot even move in at all. They once again will need to re-hit the outskirts. But HSB this time is ready. His crosshairs are trained. He's just waiting for players to flow in his crosshairs. He's looking for to back away, but unfortunately cannot even do so properly. He's now being trapped between 2 players. And HSB, he realizes it's a death trap. It's better to back away. And that's why he moves back towards Secret. The job's being done slowly and steadily. And as I mentioned, this is how CM likes to play. They systematically dismantle their opponents. And HSB towards Secret. It's been a while. He hasn't peeked out. There's also an AWP available, so the AWP finds the cut. And then HS from the Secret, he starts to work around. But unfortunately, it just never comes through. Now Rocky with the MP9 just pulling off some weird shenanigans. Also a jump spray. That's why I like the MP9. You're never supposed to hold an angle with that gun. Just keep on moving. Do anything what you want, but just make sure that you're moving and your crosshairs on the enemy's head. Or even the body.
He's just jumping around, and this is not the first time he's pulled this one. It's the second time in 3 rounds that has pulled up shenanigans like this, indeed. And Bono with the AWP, peeking from the heaven, and on the back of it, HSB re-peeking again to confirm that pick, confirm that ding. VRN, slow hits are not possibly going to work on this one because you want to take away as much map control as possible, that too early on in the round.
Oh my
Tech
god.
9s, oh my god.
Haircuts. Soulmate did not even see what just hit him. Oh, the man just drops down and went in front of Rocky. And now everyone knows that there's a B-site execution coming through. Rocky's gonna find this player in the front, but he unfortunately doesn't peek out. He's found the timing as well. He's gonna squeeze himself all the way in the back towards ladder room and then flank up from the ramps. This can be a big flank too. But no, VRN, they've got something else to do. They're gonna send that man on top of heaven, and then the players will rotate all the way to the A side from the vents itself. Trans, he spots him out. That's it, the execution's done. Now the site's cleared, and everyone's just gonna start to flood onto the site.
Great. They'll be able to get a hold of the M4 in the hand. Heaven still being controlled by Bono. Not quite sure if he really wanted that flash to land like that. Sad but true as well. Gonna go with the frag. Dissipate smoke. Bono with the AWP. He needs to make a play.
Nice shot! Ooh, out of nowhere, you blink it and you see 2 kills. And then the man as well. Yeah, just getting spammed through smoke at the same time. From the top, it's the op. Oh, that kind of rhymed. From the top, it's the op.
I've been rhyming quite a lot of things today. I just noticed it. But yes, I like that rhyme. I'm going to use it as we use the skull cut. But again, a good attempt from VRN this time around. I really like their approach. Showing early presence down B, dropping right in the vents in front of a player, and then also making sure that one of their players is posted up on the ladder on top in heaven to get that pick and get control of the A side. A good workaround. That slow hit was almost working out. They just could not hold that after plant.
For V5 to start things off with, VRN with the advantage. Looking nice. We've also got the ramps control. It's going to be quick flood on the B side. No one's available towards B, so that's a good news. And that means the CTs now will need to play this entire B1 on a retake. There's still an op available in the hands of Bono. He needs to go huge. He finds the headshot. Beautiful pixel shot connected. But this time, instead, he's going to be the one to get taken down by a headshot with the AK. A 2v4 can be convertible considering Criminal and Trans is way too softened up. But still, CM, they just don't want to go for that extra bit of risk factor. It's understandable. The economy is quite fragile.
Two M4s, HSB and Soulmate. HSB has been showing some great performance, and this timing. He's always playing on the outside but could not connect the first shot. Trans finds the timing on the back of it. Was able to take the player down. Could have found a couple of exit frags out there, but unfortunately for him, well, Trans still falls down. So I know, right?
Oh, that's such a ratty angle.
He survived. That's all he needs. He was looking for the survival at that point, but again, a broken bye for Commit this time around. Not what you would expect when a team has been winning 4 straight rounds and lost only the first one.
But that means CM will need to play a little bit more aggressive. Counter aggression with aggression. And that's what Sad But True is looking forward to do. There's 4 players in the front. Good Molotov. Everyone's gonna start firm. He's got no other option than to just keep on moving up in the front. MP9 finds the first. Good stuff. Even the C4's down the hand. And now from the back, Rocky's gonna start a wraparound. It's a good one, I told you. If they do not really have the proper buys, they need to play aggressive. And that's what they do. The aggression works out perfectly.
That was such a brilliant use of utilities. The one that we've been missing from the entire evening. They threw out a molly, paired it up with a flash, and on the back of it, we saw a couple of players peeking out. If I'm not wrong, it was Rocky and Soulmate. And the flash was thrown by HSB. And then they went in, played aggressive. The MP9s were able to get some crucial picks. And after that, wrapping it up with a couple of frags, making sure the last player does not even see where the frag came from. Now a couple of mollies to stop that, and typos that frag does so much damage.
Good shots. But at least they return back with 2. Masop softened up, but it's a 3v4. And of course, knowing C-mid, they're definitely going to go for this. As long as HSB alive, a lot of hopes are alive. Masop, if it's able to find one, the hopes will be regained. He also finds a collateral to the back. Now the players are way too low once again, and Rocky, just on the back of that, he's ready to collect them all. You can see it's a big stack of dead bodies in the control room. It now looks like a graveyard. All the 5 players from CF. I mean, considering, once again, classic controls, nothing out of the ordinary. Masop, when he gets taken down, try to be a little bit more aggressive from the outskirts. Rocky's role, shutting down Criminal. A 3v3 where Trance is kind of low. HSB's still alive. And as I mentioned, as long as HSB's up, threat's up. Abdur, he's already managed to push up close. He finds the upper, a big threat nullified. And now the situation's down to a 3v2. He's low too, and Rocky's able to find the crucial connections that he needed to on the skull. And those connections are going to mean quite a lot. The last 2 players are way too low. This should be easy pickings for CM.
Ooh, they've also got the C4 control. I was still quite surprised over Bono peeking again on Abdur. Kind of disrespecting that, and Abdur was able to finish him off. It's going to be an expensive investment, but getting the C4 control is exactly what CM needed. A slow wraparound is now going to come in, but the reposition is absolutely brilliant. I don't think so they're going to expect it. Look at HSB, where he's playing so far back. Only open from one direction.
As long as they've got the visuals on the C4, that's all that matters for them. Now the players are going to start to fall out. Nice spot under the first player. HSB still gets away with the second. And now the last man's way too low. All he needs to do is connect a couple of bullets, and he does so.
The experience pays off. Mentioned about HSB's positioning. That could be a solid one, and that's exactly what happened. Early on in the round, I really thought when Abdur got the one, they should be able to pick that off. But again, that Rocky's wraparound to get one, and that too on the C4 carrier. Exactly what you would love to see if you were a CM fan.
Early aggression. Soulmate once again trying to do the same thing, but it's better to back away, Soulmates. Oh. A jump strafe around the corner could have maybe saved his life. Oh, peeking out to an upper like that, Aptor. You've got a lot of guts, but you're not supposed to do that. Just a raw peek to the upper. Gives his life away. And now the man advantage falls in the hands of CM. And already CM, they're winning all the duels they've been taken so far. You just can never afford to let any of the advantage go in the hands of CM. You need all of that stacked up on you. Up in the hands of Masop can still be a detrimental thing for CM. But Trans now slowly and steadily moving in to the site. Not anymore.
Every time on Nuke, I feel it's not the greatest map for bringing in AWP, but then Bono makes plays like that. Sad but true, will be able to wrap up Musab. He had the AWP of his own, could not do anything in that matter. So many angles to clear, and again, it's just Bono always repositioning with the AWP, and that is the most important thing when you've got the strongest, so-called the strongest weapon in the game. Watching out so many angles, always changing. He was literally playing in his own spawn and then repositioned up in the heaven, catching 2 people. And what more could you ask for? We haven't yet seen VRN making a way towards. Oh my god, we're gonna talk about that later.
Yeah, no. They're literally on top of the sideline. Oh, what? A jumping headshot. Lands down, connects the shot to the skull. And no, out of nowhere, it just feels like they've eaten something. This is not the classic VRN that we know. They're just hitting some of the most insane shots. All of them have connected onto the head. And out of nowhere, quickly CM just got taken down. And now look at this. They're moving all the way to the opposite site. They're going down to the B site. Yeah. Just playing around with the emotions of Sad But True, but Sad But True has got the vents to rotate. And he will find that quick rotation as well. Wasabi's got no clue that the cross is being held. Sad But True spots the player. Here's the plant go down. He just needs to find the first initial pick to gain him that confidence. And once he does, it's all good in the hood. Gives his position away. Opens up his other doors. Now he knows there's a couple of players on the rafter. What? So many shots missed from both of them. And this gives an opportunity for Sad But True. But it gets stolen away by SR once again.
I could never have anticipated that Sad But True would be able to get those 2 nasty picks, but his first one by Trans, absolutely brilliant. And look at the spray transfer, Sad But True, jeez. He tried his level best, almost clutched the round. It is Sad But True. On the other side though, there's a good opportunity for VRN to try and get one more round for themselves. SMG into the mix along with 4 rifles. Not decent buy. Oh my goodness, again aggression in towards outside.
Oh no. Well, this time it's Sad But True for the opponents that they've lost out on Aptor, one of their main playmakers. And as I mentioned, the economy is quite fragile for VRN. Ooh, good shot. Sad But True. This time taken down. Man advantage neutralized. 4v4. But still CM, they keep on replying back even better. And now it's a 2v3. Mac 10 in the hands of Masop can definitely be a problematic affair, but a lot of shots are being missed by Bono. He needs to find that initial connection, but that gets denied. Mac 10 prevails.
HSB, the man, the legend, the myth himself. Now in a 1v2 on the other side. He's got Trans and Musab to deal with. Trans just having a field day, and is now sitting in vents only for Musab to go in for that plan. Do they anticipate where HSB would be coming in from? Trans really want to go in for some exploration. I would say it's pretty risky move.
Oh, HSB. He's cleared out a lot of the angles. No, he messes up. He gave his position away with that initial tap of the finesse. And now HSB, he is dishing out a lot of damage, but he needs to back away. Yeah, this C4's gonna blow up soon. It's better to just save the weapon, back away. Third round of the board for VRN. 9-3 half coming up.
Terrorists win.
Or maybe an 8-4 if VRN wins the next one. Because HSB has got a famous in hand, yes. But on the other side, all of his teammates will be having those scrappy buys for themselves too. Rocky with another famous, sad but true, an MP9. You're loving to see the weapon of MP9, I know that. I can see your grin. Good smokes. Stop that, Molly.
The amount of utilities being poured on the outside. Oh, and then the MP9 to come out on top. Sad but true with this MP9. Oh, he's being a big pain in the foot. Someone needs to stop this man. Okay. Well, that's the stop.
France did.
Sad but true! Stopped!
No!
But Bono! Oh, this man. He's on another level. Good shot. And then he follows it up as well. Picks up the drop temp. Picks up the drop AK. Follows up. And now is still searching for the third. Bono is the Pakistani John Wick. I swear. Look at him. He's just emptying out the entire map.
There's no pencil in the game, otherwise I'm sure he would have got a pick with that too. But yes, indeed, Bono with that nastiest flick of the entire evening that I've seen.
Ooh.
Look at that. Oh my god. Crispy shot. And then following it up with two more. The second one, even more impressive. Realizing the wide peak and following his entire body up with his own crosshair. Absolutely perfect. And a pacey hit coming in by CM.
Already on the site. Masab with the dual Berettas. He's doing some damage, but the Glock inside of the site is starting to eat him out. HSP left in a 1v2. I'm not sure what he can do. Even that kind of rhymed. Oh, he spots out the players on the top. He's now just waiting for that push as well. HSP, he's got a lot of time if he wants. He can take a lot of time as well. And now he hears that drop. He knows both the players have dropped down. The duels needs to be isolated. But to do so, he needs to know their exact positioning. And to know their exact positioning, he will need to go for a peek. Two Berettas in the front. And yeah, HS, he just doesn't stand a single chance. Abdur, just better.
Denying the double digits to come mid. That's all you need as VRN to have that confidence rolling. Had it been a 10-3, I mean, the gap would have been just too humongous. It's still a 9-3, a 9-4, my bad. It's a good possibility for them to make that comeback. Only a 5-round differential. And they've got better weaponry in the hands. Number of MP9s along with the FAMAS, an M4 in the mix, dual Berettas for Abdur. The Kevlar and helmet in the mix. Oh my god, look at that HP.
Yeah, these MP9s, they've been doing a lot of work for these teams. Masab, once again, this man just does not stop pressing that W. Even Abdur, still he finds that kill.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, already the site's emptied out. It's done. The main thing the players of CM wanted to do was get the plant down so they can get that extra bit of money. And they've actually done so as well, so it's okay for them.
Personally think VRN could have let HSB stay alive. He would not have had enough crates to go for a buy in this one. That's one way of doing that economical damage. But HSB, he purposefully just jumped in front of two players. He tried to go in for a 1-for-1. That's unfortunate he could not get that first one. But yeah, his main aim was to get finished off. So they could buy in this round. That's important. Molotov coming in. Oh, he saw a player in the crosshair, but secret control is in the hands of Soulmate.
CM? Look at Bono. He senses that threat. He knows someone has to peek out from this smoke, and he's just waiting for someone to get impatient. Oh, but this off angle that's being
Oh, he sees it!
gets spotted. Why does he not shoot? Masab, he still wins that duel, but he's too low. And now even Soulmate catches another player. It's taken down to a 3v2. There's a man inside of vents. Abdru catches him fading away. Sad but true shut down. C4's dropped down as well. Soulmate in a 1v3 clutch. It seems too much to handle, but he isolates it down to a 1v2. He gets the second one as well. Oh, they're giving them his solo peaks. And this is exactly what Soulmate needs. He needs those solo peaks as well. And Trance in the back. He hears the plant. He's probably going to drop down or maybe go for the spam. But he doesn't. Soulmate gets the plant, backs away. Trance, he's still just standing there, staring at the smoke. He doesn't exactly know where the man's escaped. And Trance in a complete question mark, just trying to explore the site. The drop's heard. Now Soulmate knows Trance is on the side, and if Soulmate wins this clutch, it's going to be massive for his team. It was a fake tap, and Soulmate somewhere down the line senses that. He's the man running in. No! Opens the door at the wrong time, but does he have enough time? He does.
Almost. That was an almost round. But yes, that was way too close for comfort. VRN should not have let this get so close down to the last 1v1 where Trance had no idea where Soulmate would actually come in from. And that is a mistake on the part of the last two players. They went in for those solo peaks. Abdur with the AWP in hand. He was in vents. He got one, yes, but that was the time where he should have backed off. Tried to force in that fight. Could have gotten lucky, but he was not. On the other side, those squeakies been broken up quickly with the frag. Molotov's gonna come in to try and clear Tetris as well as above hut.
A lot of guns were taken away.
Steady.
And that's why VRN's economy is being humbled. And CM, they get their hands on the better weaponry too. AK's on the board with not a lot of utilities. Keep that thing in mind. Now CM does not have a lot of utilities. The upcoming site take, it has to be completely isolated duels. And they need to win those duels, of course. Soulmate in the outskirts. There's a couple of players just before to burst out of that doorway. They do so as well. Quick trades on the board. SSB finds the second one, and he just keeps on following it up. It's a chain effect. From the top, there's a man on top of heaven. He finds the first man quite low. But then the nades, once again, they just keep on raining down. And Trance, he cannot afford to go for an open peak like that.
That's all the util though. There was nothing left. Ash being thrown out, an AWP, and an M4. Decisions has been made. They are going to go for a save. Can't go in for a retake in a 3v2 situation. And this was a round where CM had no major utils. Just a few frags, flashes, mollies, and that's all. And yet they were able to come out on top. And on the back of that play by HSB, how he was able to just double it up. All of the picks that he had, and the slow approach worked out for them. After the first set of utilities that was used up, they were able to go in and take control of that side. And they did win out their main duels too. But this round is going to be important. Again, VRN's momentum has been broken. And so has been their economy.
As you mentioned, economy not good. A deagle in the hands of SR. The smoke's gonna fade away as soon as the nade falls down, so they need to back away. I mean, they've already found the secret control that was needed. All the players just funneling in towards secret. And keep one thing in mind, they haven't really fired a single shot. Somewhere down line, considering there were the smokes, that's why they're still checking that. And Trance, now he finds the confirmation with that flash, but a beautiful headshot to find that duel. And then he instantly backs away to the site, so at least they've got the man advantage, and it's something that's going to be massive. They're still slowly and steadily working in towards the site. They haven't gotten the site control just yet. There are still a couple of more things to be executed by them. HSP, that was way too close to comfort. He could have almost gotten taken down. Man got caught with hands busy. And even another man gets funneled out like that. Oh no, unfortunate stuff for every single person that's trying to gain site control. And Trance on the site. Oh, he could be in that impenetrable wall, but unfortunately he gets stopped in the tracks. Criminal, here's the bomb plant. And now the players, they're going to play together. That means one thing is for sure, that CM's going to play for one-for-one trade. As soon as one man gets taken down, the second man will peek right after and surprise Criminal.
He smokes off the double doors though, and he is now slowly making his way in the control room.
Beautifully done. Nice crossfire.
I would also say that was a mistake on Criminal's side because he got a little too impatient. He had a decent amount of time and his position was unnoted. He gave away his position by moving so fast. So that's something I think so he could have played a little more slowly and he would have had enough time because he smoked off the double doors. So that was his advantage. But at the same time now, it's come mid now, playing off brilliantly. The slow hits have been working out and they've shown presence towards Secret. So investment's going to be there of extra members out there and now towards Brandon where they're looking to take fight.
It's an all-out street brawl. What? And now it's down to 1v1. Okay.
You blink and you miss.
Yeah, everyone's just throwing punches, legs, like whatever they want. They're just throwing everything. Someone just threw their whole body off. Oh man.
The only thing that was missing was a frag grenade. Saw the mollies, smoke and flash. Did not see the frag come in, but Soulmate so decide for his own self. With utilization of smoke. He should have heard the drop maybe? It's from the
He did.
man's coming in from Squeaky.
Yeah. Okay. Well, not anymore.
Again, too restless from VRN. Could have played it slow, could have played it smart because Soulmate had no idea and no clue of the reposition. It was just because he opened Squeaky. He gave that drop sound and then opened Squeaky. He gave away his entire position and Soulmate was ready for the peak. Still would say that was not the best possible decision and now it's going to be 6 rounds in a row for BRN. Otherwise, they would have to concede this defeat and commit would be the team in top 3, but Soulmate getting caught.
He's busy switching the weapons, and it happens to the best of us. We all love to switch weapons. But that this time, Soulmate, my friend, lost his life. Criminal's quite low, 12 HP in the hands. Well, all the players are still in the outskirts. And now the outside's starting to get locked down. VRN, they're doing a good job. The one being shut down. One of the playmakers, Trance. Good mechanics. Just peeks around, strafes around, gets that kill. Even Abdur with just a P2K finds that one. And now HSP. The only option he's got left is to back away and go for the safe. And what? SRTK and Abdur? What just happened there? Was that an intentional? Was that intentional?
I hope not. Not in this game, at least.
I'm a little confused. And maybe because of that, HSP, his hopes of making this comeback happen has been revived. Yeah, he finds the first isolated duel. And what? No way! HSP, he actually clutches it out. That one single TK cost him the round. VRN, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. But even HSP's laughing because he knows that was such a big blunder.
If it was intentional, then it has just costed them the entire map. because I was really hoping to see those embers come back, and the way they were able to lock down the entire outside, it clearly showed that they were adapting. It showed that they were winning those fights. Franz and Abdul, both of them were feeling it. But my mind is absolutely blown at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what just happened. We saw TK with the scout. It was supposed to be a 1-on-4 situation. Then a TK with the scout came in. Then the situation got taken down to a 1v3. HSB finds one man at the top. And then later on, he just sprays both of them down. I don't know. And the best thing is that even those two guys, when they went for that double peak, they missed all their shots on the HSB.
They're lined up too.
I'm not sure. Did they give up, or was that unintentional? Like, the question still remains in my head. There's a chance they probably just gave up. There's definitely a chance they were like, Gary, you know what? There's no point in trying. But I don't think so they gave up. I think so it was a genuine mistake that just happened.
Possibly. I think the last three players, they were genuinely trying to win the round. It was just that HSB's first shot was absolutely nasty. And then it was just a 1v2 situation. It's always a doable 1v2. And he went in for the peak, found the first player with the utility in the hand. Molotov was not at the correct place. It was just missing HSB, or if not, then he was basically full HP, so he was not taking a lot of damage from it. And both the players just lined up for him at the end of the day.
I mean, we'll be able to see
this
that.
Highlights as well.
Yeah,
we will see. I want to see that.
I still just want to wrap my head around what exactly and how that TK happened. I want to look at the minimap during the highlight and find out where exactly and how did that TK happen, because I'm not sure. I think 90% I think so that was intentional, or I don't even know. I'm not even sure. But
Should
yeah,
not be, man.
That single TK,
I'm praying.
it cost him that round. One thing is for sure, because of that TK, whoever did that, that man's going to be. Oh, this is how it happened. He was going to take a shot onto HSB, but the man just walked in his crosshair. Classic CS2 moment. A classic CS moment. This is what usually happens as well. We saw the same thing happen yesterday too, if you remember.
Yes. Yes, we did. My God. That is... And the fact that he actually got Abdur too, the one who had most kills on his team, 18.
Yeah.
Only being top by Trans in terms of ADR.
It was a straight up grief. It was a straight up grief. I mean, look at Trans at the top with 17, Abdur on the second, and then you've got HSB and Bono. Of course, the MVP is going to be HSB. This man has been consistently performing really well on every single map, be it Ancient, be it Nuke, be it Mirage, be it any other map. 1.86 KD ratio with 217 ADR with the average kills per map of 19.5. HSB is the man who's been the MVP of the previous series, and he deserves to be there. And I told you guys that CM is one of those teams that is definitely to be looked out for in the future lines as well. I just cannot really wait for this team to step inside of Super 6, and I cannot wait for India and Pakistan to face off.
It's going to be super fun to watch this team go up head to head with the top teams in India, but indeed we're going to see the head-to-head between Trans and HSB in front of our screens. There's a difference in ADR. HSB winning 217 to 282. Average kills per map as well. Trans with 15. HSB 19.5. Even that KD ratio is where HSB is again leading the charts. He's been doing that consistently. Very well mentioned. And he's one of the most consistent players that I have seen in the entire series. And of course, I'll be looking forward to see what's going to happen of this one. But VRN need to come out of what they just did. It was a genuine mistake. They've got to leave it. And we are seeing that in the leaderboard as well. Come mid, solidifying their position as third place.
I mean, Paradox at the bottom, Team Mystic at the 5th. VRN, they've dropped down, that's for sure. But CM, as you mentioned, they've taken over that third spot. VRN unfortunately losing out against Commit. It costing them their position. And now CM, they barely squeezed themselves inside of the top 3. WahWah is right above, and PacBoys currently at the top. I did not see PacBoys come out on the top like that. Did not expect as well. But they've managed to take down WahWah. And CM, I'm pretty sure they're currently the strongest team in my opinion. They've shut down WahWah. They've also taken down BOYZ. So yeah, without a doubt, CM is currently one of the strongest forces that is brewing up.
Fun fact, CM is possibly the only team apart from Team Mystic who've played 6 matches. Not 6 matches, 3 matches.
Mm-hmm.
Is that 3? Yes, that's 3 matches. Everyone else have played 4 of their matches, but it's just Commit and Team Mystic who only played 3 of their matches. So they still have 2 more to go.
Yeah.
At least 1 behind all the other teams. So they can get even more points on the back of it. And if they develop some good round differential in their favor, they might even be able to move ahead of Team WahWah.
I mean, what just happened in the previous game, I'm not able to wrap my head around it, but as you mentioned, with that, there's a chance VRN as well have almost lost their chance to move inside of the Super 6, and that one single TK was a big heavy hitter. Yeah, VRN's journey inside of the tournament was quite on and off. The consistency, unfortunately, wasn't there, but sometimes you got to deal with the consequences that you do. Unfortunately enough for CM, that consequence for VRN was to lose that map. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to take a leave. It's been me, Necro, and Shai Shanu. You guys have a good night. Peace.